Good morning, everyone. Hold on one second. Hey, there it goes. Hello. Thanks, Isaac. Ding ding. Bitch. Alright, one sec. He's all good. Okay. I don't know. BBBY was a Bruce Willis fan, considering how it died hard. Thank you so much, Nesquig. Go buy yourself some cold medicine, man. That deck enticed you with that 3-for-1 special, didn't he? That's why you got sick. Possibly. Thank you, Adopted by the Dans. Only Guybrush can save us today. Can he? What's the VWASP? Where the fuck did he go? Ah, there he is. Yeah, I know all about Cohen selling off his stake in BBBY. With it. Ugh. Am I a bad person for laughing hysterically when I saw Bobby down 30% in after hours? Yeah, either that or it's like you had a mental break. Are you okay? Do you need someone to talk to? This is for NyQuil. Thank you, Isaac. Godspeed answering all these BBBY questions. I can't wait. Thanks, John. Michael, welcome to Zillionaire, man. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, girl.
No, I'm not. Still feel like shit.
Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got ropes. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man.
Do you run for your thoughts on if you think BBBY could still file for bankruptcy based on the filing made by BBBY regarding working with Cohen? Could they? Sure. Will they? Who the fuck knows? What I don't understand is how is the VIX not fucking moving at all? The market was down 100 BPS overnight and the VIX went down. What is this reality? Fucking ridiculous. You should act overly surprised today whenever someone tells you that RC sold out of BBBY. Probably. That'd be fun. Some of those puts are starting to scale out. Still in them? The 425s went in the money this morning, which is cool. And now they're not so much in the money. GME bouncing back a little bit. Revlon kind of flat. Bobby's stable, at least, right? IV's still ridiculous. Shorted the VIX, sorry. Thanks, JC. Totally rational, fair, and orderly market. Exactly. Thank you for encouraging us to take profits and reposition. I got out of my BBY position yesterday before the drop, after my stop loss triggered, and I got with profits instead of losses. Nice, man. Congratulations. Sussing right now. Sorry, my vision's like kind of blurry, so it's like hard to read the chat. Rad dropped 18% yesterday and seemingly no news. Probably not worth caring about next to the other news. Have you heard anything? No, but you know, SLD seems to be hitting kind of all the stocks in a similar fashion. Jimmy dropped overnight on also technically no news. Fubo rip on OPEX? I don't know. I bought a lot of calls. Like for OPEX. I have a lot of calls also, but those are more for long-term holding. Do you share the sentiment that if BBBY was on the verge of bankruptcy, they would have issued new shares during the run-up to try to cash in to help with finding a solution? Yeah, I'm kind of confused as to, I don't know, maybe I haven't read their corporate charter. They may need a shareholder vote. Closed up my 12.5 and 20 CCs for pennies and sold some of my shares. Still booked 100% profit. Fucking A. Thanks for being you. And there are gonna be a lot of crank Karens today, but you've always hold on. You've always preached book profits and protect capital. This is the way. That being said, full port Revlon. Yes, nothing like actually buying into the company that's already filed bankruptcy. Shorts haven't covered their position on Bobby. Still on Reg Show. The play is still intact. Granted, everyone doesn't run for the doors. For one, I'm thrilled to get into the play when it bottoms. Yeah, I'm more than okay with getting in once it finds a floor or getting back in. I still have my $5 leaps because why not? But I got rid of all of my shares not sold in covered calls last night at 17, and then the rest in covered calls this morning. So try some Oragel, that might help. That wasn't funny. Thanks for all the guidance, Skirk. Although I lost half my profits, I didn't lose any of my port. Got too greedy at the end. Looking forward to what I salvaged, to moving what I salvaged to Jimmy for OPEX. Every day is another opportunity. Congratulations, man, on getting out with something. Seriously, if you guys walked away from this up, don't worry about unrealized gains. You'll never you can chase profits, like unrealized profits, forever, and it'll never do you any good psychologically. But if you got out with something more than what you had when you went in, you've won. I made 10x shorting BTC futures last night because SLD. I wouldn't even know what SLD was without it this stream. Thanks, Gurk. I hope this never blows up. Thanks, Hash Ketchum. I will never learn risk-free management. Oh, fuck. No making me laugh. That's out. Ah, bitch. Okay. No, we're good. It's only at like 102.2 right now. I'm gonna be fine. I don't know about y'all, but this excitement right before the OPEX gives me that tingling in my sack I get before talking to a hot mom at my bar. Happy 7 months, Pickle Man. Thanks for everything. Thanks, DJ Datrix. It's 9 months, but sells his shares on the 16th and 17th, but Bobby releases an 8K on the 18th saying they're working with RC. Something isn't adding up. It's a bit odd. At what point would you trim SPY puts, or do you plan to hold over the weekend? We'll see how much it drops today. We'll determine if I hold it into Monday or not. Puts coming in for OPEX looks a bit better. Yeah, I mean, GME fell like exactly to where we wanted it to, right? Like it fell right to that like $33 level in the pre-market. Tried to bounce back to the gamma flip point, and then now it's falling off again. If this stabilizes at like 32-ish, whew. Especially with the puts coming in, that's gonna be nice. Go back to bed if you're sick. I wish you the best. Godspeed. Thank you so much. I'm not going back to bed. We're fucking no rest for the wicked or whatever. Hey man, what a fucking shit show. Thoughts on GME? There's a serious chance that bag holders retired sell their shares out of spite. We tanked due to illiquidity. With OPEX up in the air and big players seemingly stepping away, are we cash share option gang right now? What? I'm not selling my GameStop. I don't care how many fucking BBY idiots are mad at Cohen and want to sell their fucking shares. I'm gonna have to ask you to head home. This I can't. This is too fast. As your direct report, I'm gonna have to ask you to head home. We're all a little concerned you might be contagious. Please hand the stream off to the Dans on your way out. Never. I would actually die first. Death is preferable. What's your plan with all your SPY puts? Are you hedging at all today? I mean, no. The have, have you looked at the SPY today? It's it's fucking down like 100 basis points. Yeah, I'll probably carry the 916s over the weekend. It's more the 826s that I'm worried about right now. The 916s have plenty of time on them. If I get a nice low today, I can roll them out to October. Tell RC to stay away from Revlon. What? I would fucking love it if RC just went and bought the entire float outstanding with his newly found profits. Too late to chase Bobby puts? Probably. Good time to buy Fubo calls? They're kind of cheap right now. Was hard Jimmy short after hours actually help us build that negative delta? Yeah, it should. Some. And don't forget, they don't have to cover Monday, right? So we could get more negative delta on Monday. Potentially. We've dropped it hasn't happened very often, but it's happened a couple times where we continued to drop into Monday. Are you holding any far out of the money Bobby calls in case of a good announcement? Not right now. Break even on Bobby for me, but considering I was down 40% 3 weeks ago, I'll consider it a win. Fair enough. I got totally out with 5K in profits. Feeling lucky. I'm on vacation and set stops on everything. Came back from the beach out of BBBY. Just sick for everyone got burned. Yeah, I mean, I made okay money on it. I don't know if it was worth the aggravation, but it's definitely bittersweet considering how many got burned. Like it's fucked up. Do I exit Bobby for a 48% loss? Would you rather exit it with a 100% loss? It's something to think about. In Celsius, what is it? 38.88. Tesla dead, broke 890, split in 3 days. I don't know. My puts are very happy though, Victor. It could run up for the split next week. Don't worry, I'm exiting my puts today, so yeah, I'm gonna see how low it goes. My target's like 860-ish. I don't know if it'll drop that much, but I have stops set. Having a hard time deciding between in the money CSPs or just shares for Bobby. Schwab tried to margin call me, so I turned off my phone because fuck him. Nice, Carl. That's the perfect solution. Bull milk overdose. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream. Fubo can go less than 4. Potentially like 380s. My target buy range on Fubo was like between hold on, I'm trying to pull up the chart. It's like 363 and 460 is where I was trying to buy in. So Monday I was able to get some shares around like between like 415 Monday and Tuesday, I think it was. I was like between like no, it was Monday between like 415 like 440 right around there. Today it's like kind of in the same range, right? Yeah, it's about in the same range. So not terrible. Rev on screen. It's doing ups. That's fun. I should check that. What is it doing? Rev could go quite a bit more. Oh yeah, I have the Greeks. Hold on. Sorry. Somewhere? Oh, here they are. Boom. Yeah, Rev's looking pretty nice. I gotta agree with you there, Dork. Question is, it's gonna be like another day of kind of weird, choppy upside. I know you love us, but you need to go back to bed and get over your illness. All the color has drained from your face. I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much, dude. I have like a lot of positions I have to manage today, so even if I wanted to sleep, I can't. Kirk, long time joking, first time serious. I feel for everyone that got burned. Luckily, on only lost most of my profits, but exited to keep learning. Hopefully, we can all see this as another lesson and take your shared knowledge more seriously. Thanks for continuing to share, Thank you, Kendra. How's the put side looking on Jimmy? You fucking stoked or what? Cause I am. Give it a little bit of time walking. Let it build up. Also, yeah, let us get some options data for the day before we make any kind of determinations. I think probably better to check around noon or so. We can really like get a feel for the trend and see how many puts are being bought. Yeah, Fubo can go less than 4. Like I think a couple weeks ago it was down in like the 380 range. Feels like Jimmy's doing kind of fine. Why would Jimmy be affected by fucking Bobby? I mean, sure, some like Bobby holders are pissed and they might consider selling their GameStop, but for the most part, probably not. The thesis on GameStop is unchanged. We already know Cohen's willing to liquidate us and fuck us, right? Like this isn't. I don't know why this is like new news to people. People so quickly forget that we were gonna squeeze on GameStop back in June, and then they released shares. So just expect everyone to be looking out for their own best interest, especially when it comes to, the director of a company. Expect them to look out for the best interests of that company and not the shareholders. Because you're not really shareholders anyway, right? You're traders. You want it to go up so you can sell it. Spy puts the soothing healing balm. Thanks, Mafunky. Let's focus on OPEC's potential and the death of the spy. Hopefully that makes you feel better. Rev for life. It feels pretty good. I'm quite happy about it. As long as it keeps dropping. How deep is the spy going? I don't know yet. Shift search down for you. I don't know. I haven't used that in a long time. Any advice to those who are negative on BBBY? Read the daily. I mean, that's all I got, right? I can't give you your profits back. I think BBY will run next week with all the puts expiring this week. It could. Yeah. You think RC used BBY retailers as exit liquidity? I mean, he didn't need to, right? RC saved our covered calls. All hail Lord Cohen. Jesus. Diamond handed spy puts about to break even. Good job, buddy. I hope it keeps going for you. Fucking took long enough. The lesson learned yesterday is this is a solo mission, not a team sport. Yeah. Luckily, I broke even after being down 75%. Awesome. When does the new FTP data get released? I still think Beyond has a ton of FTDs due next week. FTD data, not for another 11 days. I'll look into it this weekend. If you guys want to message me about, like, remind me over the weekend about Beyond and Apron, and I'll take a look at them and see if I see anything compelling. I didn't the last time I looked, but that could have changed. In reality, Bobby did squeeze with a 600% rise within 3 weeks. I mean, it didn't really squeeze, but it did run up pretty hard. I made a Bobby with 400% gains, bought into Rev at 775. Am I doing this right? It's not the worst thing I've ever heard. If Bobby falls to 5 or 6, any idea how much a 15cc would sell for? Not fucking much. Take a look at Root. Yeah. Interesting. So I told you, like, insiders are gonna sell off, right? But this is actually really good for next week. Interesting. I'm gonna look back on this later today. So the reason reverse splits can squeeze, and I don't think this has enough short interest to do it, but if it did, potentially. The reason reverse splits squeeze is because after the reverse split, institutions sell off. Hold on. So institutions sell, and this causes share recalls on a now much more illiquid float. Right? Because for the institutions to sell, they have to recall their shares. So what you'll usually see on these is you'll see, like, if they have high short interest, this was 9.95 before the split. So, and it says 100 after, but I don't believe that, right? Like, that just seems like fudgy data. And it's also like Fintel data. It's not like NYSE reported short interest. So or NASDAQ reported short interest or whatever. So I would say that if there was a chance for it to squeeze, it'd be like in T+2, or for it to move up hard. So if institutions sell off hard today, then in T+2 it could run. I think I should take profits on my 4280 SPX puts. Because if I take profits on those now, that's all of my cost basis covered, I think. When is it gonna fall more? This doesn't look strong. Fuck you, Revlon. Will there ever be a day when we have access to real-time data regarding institutions buying, selling, loaning, recalling shares? Never. I mean, institutions don't have data on other institutions buying, loaning, and selling and recalling shares. Are you looking at to enter for OPEX? Also, what strikes are you eyeing up? Thanks. I don't know, like 0.3 to 0.1 delta, probably. Wherever it ends up on the low for the day. What platform are you using for the daily? Trading View? Do you notice that RevLeaps are now priced at 0.36 delta? Yeah, they have been. They've been priced at very high delta for the last like 2 weeks. What do you think of ENDP? I'm not a huge fan of it. Is Reicho consequences 2 plus 35 from 816? No. Reg show begins forced settlement on the 13th day, after which like the thresholding process is a like rolling forced closing of positions starting on the first day, right? So day 1 closes on day 13, day 2 on day 14, day 3 on day 15, and so on until all fails are cleared and the stock falls back below the threshold limit. If not, say yes, because that's where I am right now. I'm not sure I understand the $7 calls for Feb, but they're probably fine. Or for September, rather. The $75 calls for OPEX, I'm not sure those have enough Vega. Oh, 03? Eh. Nothing really has a lot of Vega. And I guess if you're getting them for like $8 or whatever, it's not that bad. .15. How are these? Ooh. Yeah, these are way better. I'll buy these. These have lots of Vega sensitivity. What are these? Oh, sorry. Jan 24, $50. Which stock? On Fubo. We were talking about Fubo. Thanks for all the advice and learning opportunities. Managed to break even on Tuesday on the 29Cs. I held way too long. More importantly, I managed to keep my emotions in check when I missed the initial run up and did not chase. No profits, but no losses either. Retro Shop Pickle. Thank you, Dutch Delight. I don't know what that means, but I appreciate it. It means get well. Oh, thank you. All right, I'm gonna take profit on Tesla 920s and SPX and 4280s. Nice. Bye. Bobby. Holding 10. I mean, holding 10 is good here, by the way. Rev 9, August 26. CSP safe from assignment due to FTD run-ups and BBY people moving capital over. Not necessarily. Any appeal to BBY now that RC and Insider sold? Sure, there's a fuck ton of obligations still due. But, you know, people still need to reposition and plan out a new move, right? There's time. V just won't die. That 212 floor is strong as fuck. Yeah, it is. It can be quite strong. So can 210. Jimmy's doing pretty good. How much lower do you think SPY can go? My like conservative target is at the fuck is my chart? Hold on. Well, actually, my conservative target was right here at 421.99. But the rejection off the EMA 30 on the 4-hour looks like it could fall to 410. Maybe. Like, there's not a lot of resistance to the downside now. Or sorry, not 410, 418. Fucking, I can't see. I'll just show you guys. That'll be better. Right here. So 418.50. If it falls to 418.50, I think I'll be profitable. Pretty profitable on most of my position. Obviously, it could continue to fall beyond that. The neckline is back here at like 411, but I don't know if it'll hit that in time. What are your thoughts on BBY's 8K filing? I don't really have a lot of them. I mean, it's kind of odd. I can't think of any reason they would have needed to file it. Risk of sounding as dumb as I am. Read your daily DD. I'm confused about blowing up shorts by recalling his shares for Bobby. Thank you. Well, if Cohen lent out his shares and then he sold them all last night, that would recall them. Right? It's also the point of it is it's just speculation, right? It's bullshit. You can say anything you want, but the fact of the matter is the stock is down $20 in 2 days. Manage your position accordingly. Okay, boss, I need help again. There's bags and bags of babies being delivered to reception, and Lenixis keeps shouting Jimmy and taking them towards the laundry chute. Rumple J-Fresh is spinning swaps from straw. Rumple Stiltskin? And John Wilkes Booth keeps donating homeless people as members. What the fuck? Listen, man, you gotta get that shit under control. I'm too sick to manage any of this today. At least like tape the laundry chute shut or hang some cocaine off the handle to distract him. I know you root for me to lose money, but I want to inform I am break even on the week. Old me would have gone all in on Bobby and hated myself. New me also bought spy pets. Nice. So you gotta like doubly hate yourself. 24 hours ago, you could said you could see BB Buai at 10. This is your fault. At least I was able to pull back my covered calls. What's the thesis for Fubo? I just like it as like a long term buy and hold. I think they're turning some things around and their revenue's starting to pick up. They've been investing pretty heavily in the company, and I think it's steeply discounted. It's trading at basically book value right now. I'm very okay with getting some exposure to it. I bought several thousand shares and a significant quantity of leaps, and then I also bought some exposure to OPEX because it used to run on those cycles. Pickle tax for my gains made. I earned lots and even more learned to stick to my exit strategy. Here's to making more funny money. Cheers. Thank you, Matthew Hodge. I appreciate it, dude. No Squire. What's the next support level on the spot if we break down? Okay, so we went over that. It's 418 if it breaks down. Blinking button annoys me. Gute Besserung Gurka. Thank you, Effin. I borrow shares, rev shares available went from 35k yesterday to 100k today, but cost to borrow went up 102.1. Ooh, nice. Can't decide what to do. 6.44 cost basis, 700 shares, currently holding 727cc Jan 2024 that are up 80%. Credit was 1650, now worth about $4. Should I roll into August 2650cc to break even? What's this on, Maeve? 700 shares, currently holding $27 covered calls that are up 80%. I mean, obviously you buy back you would want to buy back the 2024 covered calls that are up 80%, right? August 2650cc to break even. I mean, if you're gonna sell in the money covered call like that, you might as well get the like you're just trying to is it even worth it? Isn't it just cheaper? Like, won't you get more if you just sell your shares? Like straight up without the covered call? Masingo, thank you so much for coming along, Johnson, man. And then a zillionaire. Welcome aboard. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man. BB Boy, fair value, debt free, minus bye bye baby. Last. Bye bye baby is worth a lot. It's also their only profitable arm. Well, Harmon breaks even, but I don't know. Maybe a couple billion. They'd really have to turn their shit around with the money, though. I don't know if anybody'd have a lot of faith in them doing that. Yeah, no problem. Pseudo-visible charity. Per your advice, I bought a massive leverage position in Bufo TV, but upon watching the content, I became deeply disturbed. Fair. VIX Jan 23 180 Cs, a good volatility player, just dumb. They're kind of dumb. I mean, I guess if there's a market crash between now and then, you'll do okay. But you'll do okay on any call, maybe better on some other ones. Has SLD happened? I think it's happening right now. That's why. I mean, maybe we got a little bit of it yesterday in the pre-market, but then it kind of rebounded and broke even. Today it looks like we're getting a little more of it. So it's coming in, but slow. Remember, it can carry out till market open Monday morning. What are you thinking next week regards to OPEX pressure? I mean, it looks better with today's price action, right? Thankfully, I listened to you the 100th time. You said, don't be afraid to take profits. Saved me. BBY Bloodbath yesterday at Britney Spears stream card. Wait, hold on. I can't read them overlapped like that. Britney Spears stream card. All I can think of is when she melted down and shaved her head. Yesterday is Bobby Spears Day to me. Given Jimmy's recent price action, how are you feeling about August to September OPEX? I feel like a lot of other basket stocks have had their run. It's time for GME to shine. August OPEX looks pretty interesting. September OPEX is more based around the idea that they're going to have ETF obligations to cover due to the split, and the ETF rebalancing that occurs in that period. So that's kind of separate from what we expect for August OPEX, would just be the covering of any near-term obligations used for hedging, and the reversal of any negative gamma trend here, or delta trend here. Sorry. We're gonna miss you forever. Your words and advice have helped many of us here. Your sacrifice will not be in vain. We will continue the efforts you made and ensure your legacy lives on. Go away. I'm not going anywhere. I'm gonna survive whatever this is that's trying to kill me. Somehow managed to sell green today. Thanks for everything you went and learned me. I'm looking into Ceridian is a long play. C-Day, smash last two earnings. Have you looked at them? No. HCM holding. Hmm. Insider sells on March 18. What do they do? Technology service and packaged software? Canadian. Huh. It doesn't look terrible. And I don't want to say they like smashed their earnings, but they're making money, which is cool. Yeah, I mean it doesn't look awful. Maybe like $81 PT. 74 74 81 over the next That could take a little while, but volume's picking up pretty nicely, I guess. Ew. Somehow I managed to sell green today. Obligated by the cover calls. I don't have high enough options level to buy them back. What? What do you mean you don't have enough high enough options level to buy them back? You're buy to close, right? You can sell them, you can close them. Why didn't RC wait to file instead of doing it immediately? Uh, Sorry if you're sick, boss. Take care. Have some lemon tea or something. Healing anyway. Thank you so much, Bedhead. I appreciate it, dude. Thanks for all that you've taught us. I don't even know how you have the patience to answer all the questions you do, especially today. Jack, welcome to Cornishon, man. I'll be alright. What Fubo leaps have you gone for? I have $5 and $10 for Jan 2023. I have $10 and $50 for Jan 2024. And then I have 550s for September. They're super cheap, so I don't really mind buying a lot of them. Oh, it didn't expire to become a free Cornishon is a joke, but there's a problem. Once you're a free Cornishon, it won't let you buy a membership upgrade. Was this Bithead's plan all along? What? That can't be accurate. I still have my $5 leaps on Bobby. I haven't sold them yet. They have a stop on them, but I haven't sold them. Buy Jimmy at 20th dip, end of year. Thank you, Dad, Uwu, and chat. Thank you so much, Rockets to the Moon. Can you comment on what people are saying about his profits going to the company? It's not a lot of money. It's like $50 million. People think $50 million. Here's the problem, is that people think $50 million is a lot of money. It's not. Spy on the daily, perfect rejection of the upper trend. I'm well aware. I an obscene amount of fucking I have an obscene amount of short positions on the SPY dance alarmer. Really? It doesn't let you upgrade? That's fucking amazing. Foot Locker's up 23% today, which is surprising as fuck. Earnings released? Maybe. I mean, they used to be part of the basket. Or they still are? That's interesting. Wife caught the vid, and I'm feeling like I got hit by a truck. Sit game, rise up strong. Then sit back down, have some water. Cheers, Gherkinator. It's still a good day. Thanks for the knowledge on hedging. No problem, man. I don't know how many likes the stream has. It's like 600 something. Like the stream, people. It's easy. You just hit the thumb. Or dislike it. I don't really give a shit. Pick one. But do one of them. There's a hilarious post on the BBY sub saying all of RC's profits in the sale went right back to BBBY. I mean, some of them may have. Well, not that they have, right? So the profits from his shares may have gone back, but not his options contracts. But why? Like, why would the profits go back? What do they think he's like saving the company with his fucking $40 million? Is this real? $5, Stefan. I'm well aware of the short swing rule, but first off, it may not be applicable unless he voted his shares. Have a hit, best copium around. Even if it did, it may not be applicable because he didn't buy with the intention of becoming a beneficial owner, which was stated very clearly in his letter to the board. Yeah, I know he wasn't an insider when he bought. Although there is some case precedent if BBBY were to choose to pursue those profits, if he voted his shares for them to obtain the profits. So sure, they could go after him, but it's $50 million. Who gives a shit? That's like nothing. Yeah, I don't care about that stock at all. That's not nearly as interesting or compelling. I feel better, Garrick. The BBY situation hurts. We still have short squeezes and Rev, Fubu, Weber, and Wetzel's to look forward to. Woo! Thanks, Lars. Would Gen 23-200s be considered an IV play if a possible GME run were to occur? Sure. Yeah, I mean, they're delta insensitive. Are they? How's the Vega on them? Jan 200s? It can't be that good. 0.3? It's not terrible. You're getting 0.004 more Vega for like $20 more premium almost. No, it's you're probably fine just getting extra 237.50s. If I was to sell BBY for my great profits, is it fair to label him a paper-handed bitch? I mean, it was a trade, right? Like, if he waits until after OPEX to sell the stock, likely goes above what he sold out. I think the gains felt too good and he sold like a bitch, but that's my humble opinion. That's fair. I understand a lot of people are pretty angry. But when you're up that much, do you really give a shit? He probably would have sold at 30 if he hadn't been a fucking insider. But instead, he had to fucking file a form 4 and or form 3 and a form 144. How do people not realize that RC is just a hostile takeover investor instead of a savior? Uh, what percent of the Jimmy float DRS before GameStop offers more shares? No idea. I mean, they have 7 quarters of runway. I don't think the float will be DRS'd in 7 quarters. RC did sell at 30 and started the dump per his list of sales though. Oh, did he? He started selling. Oh, he started selling on the 16th. I haven't seen the list of sales yet. Nothing we've seen in the past suggests he's a trader. Really? It's like swing play on Wells Fargo. Because I'm not getting to Fubo. Is it a good time to go in options or shares first? Fubo is kind of like a long play. It's not. I'm not banking on like any short term significant price improvement. So be aware of that. Like I have profits from Bobby that I need to put into something, and it looks attractive. But remember that it's not like some. It's not going to be like a pump and dump or something like that. I'm not even angry. I just think he got greedy and took profits, even though the potential was way higher. Fair. Hey, buckled up, Jen. Everyone say hi to buckled up, Jen. Good morning. Serious question. How is it that Bobby keeps chopping and holding its own since market open? With that many in the money puts expiring today, you know there's like 37,000 $10 leaps that are open, right? Is Revlon short term? I mean, Revlon might get delisted in October. So a little bit. Wheat, what's your cost basis? It's like 0.33 per contract. I don't have any shares. I just have leaps. Being greedy is taking profits, and I was the least greedy trader of all time. Hi guys, my boyfriend Bobby broke up with me. What a prick. If he knew BBBY was going to announce something and a quiet period was about to start, how long would that period have been? Oh, I'm not going to fucking tinfoil hat and speculate on it. Listen, if you want to reposition to try to capture, uh, like reg show, and FTDs, fine, but reposition to capture it because it's probably not going to go back to fucking 27 again, right? If you want to stay in it because you have a dirt cheap cost basis and you're excited about their potential announcement at the end of the month, fine. But make sure that you're positioned well for that as well. If you're bag holding $30 calls, hoping for a turnaround, you're just gonna watch your money burn away. So I'm all for all the tinfoil speculation, but it just hurts people. The fucking grasping at straws to give yourself a reason to be underwater is not beneficial to you or anybody listening to you. I'm going to say this again because maybe people didn't hear me the first time. Buy and hold has done more damage to retail's portfolios than any other single investment strategy involving these fucking highly volatile, illiquid stocks. So if you want to come in here and spout bullshit to try to get other people to hold on to their burning bags of shit, I'm going to call you out on it. Hmm. Do you have a low price target for Docu? It hit it yesterday, I think. I'll take a look. I have a chart for it. One sec. 65.46 is the next downside resistance. The opinion changed quite a bit when you held and Cohen released he was allowed to sell his shares. It was one, not sure, two, didn't matter. It doesn't matter in regards to the obligations. What does matter is that people will sell off. Cohen sold off, liquidity is provided, and you have to wait for data. So staying in the play, praying that something happens is stupid. You can just pull out, reposition, and wait for more data to come out and then plan accordingly. I don't care if you think it's FUD. That's the way the market works. There's a big difference between him announcing a potential sale and him actually selling. I mentioned earlier this week, I exercised a bunch of calls. I'm sitting on a shit ton of shares at 8-ish cost. Sorry to cover this, but do you see the potential for even a slight bump next week? I'm busy at work, so I haven't been in yet today. Sure, there could be. Yeah, absolutely. There's definitely potential. And if your cost basis is below the current price, you don't really have anything to worry about. But there are a lot of people that are sitting on, $30 calls, $40 calls, $60 calls that they bought at massively spiked implied volatility. that are not in that position, and that's more who I'm speaking to, because those are the people that are looking for hope, right? You just have $8 shares in a stock that's trading at $10. That's not like you're not in any danger, right? I mean, obviously protect your downside because there is risk more now than there was, but I'll say is the next week provides a ton of risk for shorts with all the obligations that Bobby had built up. It's possible that Bobby wasn't done this week. Sure. I don't see what pressure is really on them next week besides OPEX, but it could have price action for OPEX. Most of the pressure is for the short positions, and failed positions is going to be out in September, if Bobby remains on Reg Show that long. Appreciate the hard truths. I took a 70K loss this morning in PM in case of further downs. There'll be more stocks in the world. Holding that bag so deep didn't sit well with me. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just have to cut the loss before it's even worse. Taking a 70K loss is better than taking an 80K loss or a 90K loss or a 100K loss. Even if it doesn't feel like it at the time. All in all, you're just another member in the wall. Thank you, Bithead. Oh, you son of a bitch. Guys, give Bithead a shout out and thank him for the Cornichons. Welcome aboard. I will enjoy it. It was rude of me to only ask your insight without saying that I hope you start to feel better. No, it's fine. And just as I wished when the chat was all positivity, I hope you all find some joy outside of the market to keep your mental health balanced. Take care, all. Thank you so much, Outwill Enjoyment. I appreciate it. Pigeon whales are the highest class of society. How low do you see Jimmy hitting between now and Monday? Looking to buy an extra 100 shares and a couple September 40s. And if you're going to buy shares, maybe in the pre-market would have been really good. I don't know. If it gets rejected off of like 37 again, you may have another opportunity, but the uptrend looks decent today. Or at least it's very stable in this like $35 range. It's a good price to buy shares for GME, and how high do you think it will go next week with OPEX? Right now my average is 39. I'm hoping to get at 32, 33. It hit that this morning. You may have to wait till after OPEX to see that price again. But yeah, that's a very good price range currently. Ideally, I mean, sub 30 would be best, but 32 isn't terrible. I was alive in 2000, 2008. Buy and hold ruined lives. People's retirements completely evaporated. You have to be able to sell when profits are there for the taking. No responsible fiduciary anywhere. FTD's on Rev today. There's a few, yeah. I'm not dying, Knuckle. Sad to hear about your pending trip to the big obligations warehouse in the sky. No problem, Peter. Feel better, Gurk. Sorry if I missed it, but would you mind explaining your daily DD? Blowing up shorts by recalling his shares. Been busy at work and couldn't catch it if you already explained. Thanks to you, I was able to get out of Bobby close to break even. Congratulations. I'm just fucking around, obviously, right? Like the it's irrelevant to the point I was making, but his sale, had he lent his shares, would force a recall of those shares. Thanks for being the sound voice and steady hand. Love what this channel and community has become post SS. Unfortunately for my wife's boyfriend, I'm making more than I've lost. Probably missed it, but how are we feeling about GME OPEX now? A little better. I like that we fell below like the gamma flip. It's gonna help with hedging going into next week at least, or give us some more potential. Not a lot. Like we haven't fallen hard, and put volume's not crazy, but there's some. Any bullish new data for Rev? Not really, but yeah, I'll update accordingly if anything comes up. Can you ask Bithead, aka RC Anon, why he sold out of BPY? Are you targeting Wednesday's morning volatility to sell CCs on GME? Uh, maybe. We'll see what happens with OPEX. How are you feeling about your spy puts? I mean, pretty good now that I'm up on the position again. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. My 428s and 425s are doing very well. 420s are moving towards profitability. My SQQQ and SPXS positions are up 10 and 20% respectively, and my UVXY is so close. I'm still pretty down on the 415s, but it's more than made up for with the positions I rolled up to. So you bought $30 strikes for Jan 23 calls for Bobby. Would you wait or reposition? With $30 strikes for Jan 23 calls. I'd probably reposition. Well, yeah, I'd probably reposition and take advantage of the theta before the IV. Also, IV's crushing out. Don't forget that. Like that's almost a bigger danger than the price dropping, is the IV is crushing. Do you think it's worth it to create an OPEX position for GME? You could do it today. You could do it on Monday. I'm not in a huge rush. How do you turn off gifting? I don't want to be a member anymore. I have no idea. You mentioned before some good stocks are selling cover calls on. I can't remember which ones you said. Are any of these somewhat stable for downside long term? No. Generally, the stocks that selling covered calls on, the more profitable cover call selling is, or like buy rights, generally the more unstable the stock, right? Like they have higher implied volatility, which means they have higher historical volatility. Like that's why they make attractive covered call selling targets because yeah. Thanks for your advice. I got out of Bobby plus 10%. The taking points as I went could have been a lot worse. What did you say, Bithead? Thank you, things and stuff. Okay, admit it. I had to sell out of my Bobby because I can't sustain the membership expenses otherwise. Even with all the millions I've donated, Gurk still won't make me pontiff. I'm trying. Okay. Thank you, Bithead. Just keep it coming. Eventually I will crown you. Or just become pontiff all at once. Then I can't argue it. And then we have to hang out. You mentioned before some good stocks for selling cover calls on. I can't remember which ones you said. Okay, I did that. When are you planning on entering OPEX positions for GME? Either later today or tomorrow. Or Monday, rather. Sold an ADC for close to the height of the pump. Got nice gains from that. Bought it back too soon. But even if I'm back holding down $3 a share at the current price, I'll slowly grind cover calls. Okay, that's an option. You're sick, man. Hydrate and get well, okay? Thanks, Bithead. I will. I have $75 UVXY Jan 23 calls as a hedge on a big crash. What do you think of these contracts? If we see an 08 style crash, what levels can UVXY hit? I mean, those options will print if we get a crash. Like, I don't know if UVX, they'll go in the money, but they'll print. Like, the volatility spike alone will drive the price of them up. That's all that matters from hero to zero. You know what? It doesn't matter if, you know, you're up 1,000% at the peak if you didn't sell there, right? But if you're up 40% here and you sold here and you walked away with 40%, you're still up, right? Up is up. Yes, this would have been ideal, but this is still good. Don't if you guys are going to trade stocks, don't get caught up in unrealized gains. I've had like spy puts spike like 1,000% and the fucking data feed disappear and I was unable to sell them. Like all kinds of shit can happen, right? Um just capture profits, use those profits to make more profits. If you make 40% every time and miss out on 1,000%, you'll still get rich. Give it enough time. No one ever exits perfectly. Alex, almost 0. Is now a decent time to consider GME CSP entries? Sure. They're not terrible. I don't know if they're worth it, but yeah, probably not worth it. Holy shit. My VIX calls went in the money. Okay. I should roll these now, right? Well, I guess I could wait. What's this fucking thing doing? Ooh. It's getting kind of spicy. Holy shit, VIX broke 20? It's happening. We typically see Q4, Q1 crashes. I think we will see a continuation of this bear rally after the SPY pullback, then a crash late October, November. When do you see SPY falling to 350 and lower? I mean, if the Fed pushes forward with another 0.75 hike, the market's going to take a massive hit. Also, don't forget QT doubles in September. Colorado, any downside price target for Tesla? I'm trying to plan my exit for my 885p. The 860 is the next like big support. But 882 is pretty strong, like where it's at right now. I would be careful with this level, or at least have a stop set, because it can bounce really hard off this back to 900. It frequently does. Because there's so much like net gamma at 900 on Tesla at any given time, it's really common for it to fall like to the 882 range and bounce back up to 900 before failing further. Especially if you're short dated. Carl, are you back in the money yet? Market looking as sick as you. Carl and I have a wager on what happens first. SPY 410 on Gherk 103 fever. My fever hit 103.4 last night. Thanks for all the knowledge over the last year. Plus, still made out with decent profit despite RC turning Bobby into his personal watermelon. The 2021 me would be bag holding completely. Like you said last night, do what you need to preserve your capital for the next play. Yep, even if that next play is also Bobby, right? It doesn't that's irrelevant. And seriously, if anybody needs someone to like reach out to or talk to, me and some of the mods are always around. You can always hit us up, and it's just money. Remember that. And it seems like it's the most important thing in the world, but it's really not. You can always make more of it. You're still unsure if Cohen is a genius or an idiot after yesterday? I have my leanings. Check Carl's DM. Holy fuck. You're back in it, man. You should have your lawyer drop an NDA for the pontiff to sign before you meet. I already have one readied. But thank you. Yeah, I'm aware. Yeah, I don't love bankrupt stocks. I like some bankrupt stocks. Check Carlos D. Also, do you have one of those pulse oxygen sensors? A pulse oximeter? I have one built into my phone. I think it works. I don't have COVID. I've been tested like fucking 6 times now. And not just the rat test, like the rapid antigen tests. I've gotten both. Good entry for OPEX. I mean, you could be patient. Tesla might break 880 here. This is relevant for those of you guys that are short Tesla. SPY breaking down below 421. VIX still rising. VIX hitting 22? No, not yet. Fuck. What was I gonna look at? No, GME. Yeah, I mean, it just seems to be stabilizing on 35. Ideally, 30 below 35 would be a better entry, but 35 is not terrible. Remember, for OPEX, because of the uncertainty, you want exposure, but you don't want to take on a lot of risk, right? Like, you want cheap exposure. So you want to make sure that you have, like, theta and not too much delta sensitivity. That way, if it doesn't run for OPEX, you minimize losses, right? With the pullback on GME and after hours and PM, are you more bullish? A little bit, yeah. A little bit more bullish. I've seen you enter and exit perfectly. It doesn't happen every time, though. I mean, like, it's something you get better at. But if I had $1 for every top I've missed, I'd have a lot of dollars. That, and I don't really like entering or exiting peaks because they can pull back and then continue. But that's another story. I saw your Discord last night in full panic mode. So many people came there for understanding, some shills. Lots of net money can be influenced there. You have a fair amount of power, man, at a young age. Kudos. I guess. I don't know. People are gonna do what they do, right? It's not really like power, right? I can only tell people how I see it, but ultimately everyone's gonna make their own decision. There's like a solid 20% on the people on the Discord that are like in full inverse Gherk mode, which I can't imagine is profitable, but thanks to the knowledge over the past year, especially about taking profit, I made money on BBBY and my SPY puts are printing. Congratulations, man. Thoughts on a Vega play with the SPY? Is that a thing? Yes. It's really risky though. It's like you could just be throwing a lot of money away. Are you still in, Bobby? I still have $105 calls for January. They have a stop on them though. If it falls below like 950, I'm gonna get stopped out. Influence, not power. Kirk seem like Kramer. I think the difference is I want people to make money. I think Kramer just gets up and says whatever he's told to say. When are you rolling your spy post to October? I don't know if I am, if it keeps dropping like this. What way could OPEX affect Revlon? Um, Revlon was in ETFs when it was churning like hundreds of millions of volume. So that way, like June and earlier this month, there's an effect. Like end of July, there a lot of those shares could have been traded in ETFs, and there may still be obligations due. Revlon was in ETFs, I think, all the way until July 30th. Kramer isn't as dumb as everyone thinks he is. He's just playing a fool on TV. The man went to Harvard, and nobody here did. I'm losing some esteemed graduates here. And the Ivy Leaguers. Going to Harvard's not that impressive. I'm an esteemed dropout. Teaching at Harvard, well, that's a different story. Not to mention that poll from a while ago, like 6% of the audience was PhDs. Yeah, the university you go to has very little bearing on intelligence. Jealousy is a good look on you. I mean, technically the program I went to is rated higher, but yeah, as someone who went to a top 10 like business school, I can definitively say that my classmates were mostly there because either their parents went there or their parents could afford to send them there. It wasn't because they were of above average intelligence. If you want to find above people of above average intelligence at top 10 schools, look for the people that aren't paying to be there. I'm not going to dox myself. Biden forgave my student loans. Am I smart or what? Can you say my alma mater in a highfalutin Chadster voice? Why are Chinese-based IPOs mooning so much? They're probably trying to get their real estate equity out of the country by embezzling it through IPOs in America. I'm not even kidding. Like they probably really are doing that. I haven't decided if it's a good thing or a bad thing that I'm not upset about my losses. Sure, motivated to make them back, but not as sad as I thought I'd be. Am I a shill? Yes. I don't think I've ever even been to Michigan. Trump University. What Jim Cramer was quite a good fund manager. So given his mad money stock pick performance, I would say that yeah, his show's bullshit, right? He beat his fund beat the market for like fucking 15 years straight by a significant amount. Like he greater than like the not like much greater 3x the standard like 9.7% S&P return over 15 years. He knows what he's doing, right? So sure, yeah, you could say that his picks on his show are disingenuous to the public. What's up with the Fubo play? Why are you bullish on it? They did like a whole write up on it, man. I never found that video of you at the small Southern California state school frat party with the slip and slide circa 0809. I tried really hard, but it started to feel creepy after about 30 minutes. Good to see you, Daniel Rock. Um, you were looking in the wrong year, but well played. Did you beat the market last year? Yeah. Also beat the market this year by a lot. Although, to be fair, it's not really very hard to beat the market this year. You're really fast for a big guy. I bet you've got some acceleration. I can move very quickly over short distances. Do nothing, beat the market. Yeah. Jim Cramer's Get Rich Carefully book is on a 49% discount. Should I load the boat? Your 5C Jan 23s, do you have a stop limit at 550, for example? And the limit at 515? I've previously been stopped over, so I'm trying to make sure I've set the stop limit stop right. Well, the strike is super liquid, right? For the you're talking about the $5 leaps. There's 3,000 open OI. I have a stop set at 585. Limit set at 550. So I have like a 35-cent spread. It could get gapped over, but I think it's sufficiently wide. The current spread is 25 cents. If this widens, like if the strike becomes more illiquid, I may consider widening my spread as well, but I think it's sufficient for now. They're also a little easier to get rid of when they're in the money. Hedge funds pile up $125 billion bet against the S&P's 500's big summer rally. Yeah, I've been talking about that for like a while now. Like this entire rally, institutions have just been buying up short positions like crazy. If I bought to open a put, what does it mean to exercise it? Or is that even possible? Do I have to have 100 shares myself to exercise it? Yeah. If you exercise it, you'll buy 100 shares at market and sell them. Always remember that when you have puts that are close to expiration, you can exercise them. So like if you're like say you're in the money, right? So you have like a 425 put on the SPY, right? But you have no theta left. And your contract is worth like nothing. Say it's worth like $2, right? And the SPY is trading at 421 right now. You can exercise this and get the full $4. You'll buy 100 shares at 421 and then sell them at 425. Big brain plays. You can do it with margin. No, you don't go short if you exercise a put. You force the seller of the put to sell 100. You put the shares onto the seller. VIX up 8.33%. UVXY 9.37%. Isn't UVXY supposed to be 3x? It's 1.5x. UVXY is 1.5x. And it's 1.5x the forward continuous futures contract, so not 1.5x the VIX in like index. If puts cost same like shares in Leap Weeklies, then I'm confident my 35 covered calls are going to close out of the money. Congratulations, Gherk's ice cream sandwich. Poracle of them. You're a big shill, super handsome, intelligent, logical liberator. Get well soon. Thank you so much, Poracle of Omaha. Yeah, I think I've already given away too much information, BMG, so I'll stop there. Your FUBO September 55C is pretty rad. Still trying to earn that 30% risk recommendation. Are you just super strong on the thesis, or did the stop get gapped over? They're 57% down. I just don't care today. I'm probably gonna buy some more near close, and average them down. I plan to hold them for a little bit. You have to have margin. You don't have to have the capital to buy them. You just need to have the margin to exercise them. No, if you have cash, you can do it without margin. I mean, yeah, you need to be able to buy 100 shares of the S&P, but yeah, the VIX is looking kind of spicy. Okay. Bobby turning up a little. Holding 11. I mean, it's doing well. We're breaking down. Buy rates on GME. They're pretty good. They're pretty profitable. I discussed it this morning already, cash in the daily. If you click the link to the daily DD, I go over it there. Can you move the Greeks up a bit more on the screen? No. Can I? Oh. Can move them there? If I move them anywhere else, I'll be like blocking shit. I guess I could move them over here. So they're more visible? Are they more visible there? I'll put them there. Fuck it. Tesla breaking. Yeah, so that's good news. I think I'm gonna set some stops. 1 second. If you had no investor in GME right now, would you consider entering into GME through wheeling? Yeah, or I would just wheel it. I mean, the perfect wheel means that you never get assigned on your CSPs, right? Like, so entering something through wheeling is kind of a misnomer. Would I buy shares of GME through CSPs? Sure. But if you're wheeling something, you don't want to ever own the underlying. Ideally, you would just capture money on cash secured puts indefinitely. What strikes do you buy for OPEX? 10, 20, 30%? Like 30, 20, 10 delta generally. Sometimes I buy some like very, very low delta but high Vega contracts. I might not do that with this OPEX, but I might. 3375 is the low. This is a good sign for GME OPEX, right? It's a better sign, yes. So those are for Vega sensitive positions. So you're looking for Vega sensitivity? But you want low delta. So to get this, you need something with lots of theta, very far out of the money. And then these have high exposure to IV, but low exposure to price. That's how you make money off increases in implied volatility. Just wanted to say thanks again for showing up day in and day out, even when under the weather. The poors don't deserve you. Thanks again, and here's to hoping you have a restful weekend. Thank you so much, Titty Titty Bang Bang. I appreciate it. No, I haven't started to build my OPEX position on GME yet. I want to hear a joke. Billionaire RC has retail investors' best interests at heart. What price target are you thinking for GME next week? I mean, Gamma Max is right there, right? Don't even need to ask. Within 10% of that price. Spy dropping more? Good. Oh, this fucking piece of shit. You think it was weird that BBY started to get hyped on Reddit before RC sold? What was the catalyst to the BBY hype? BBY was set to pop for many months, it seemed. Yeah, it was. I think it started to get hyped when its market cap crossed 500 million, right? That's when like it was allowed to be posted to Wall Street bets, and then everyone went crazy. Good wheel candidates. I mean, you gotta kind of hunt them out. Most of the ones I do it on are too expensive, like Tesla and GME. If you want cheaper ones, you gotta kind of go scour for them. Fubo might not be bad. I know their IV's pretty high. Baba's always a really good one. You end up getting assigned a lot, but it's really generally not very hard to get back out. How are these, like 14 DTE? Yeah, Fubo is not terrible. Pretty big return on capital. Puts are a little underpriced though right now. Snap might be good. Docu's okay. Don't uh uh things like TQQQ and stuff will look really attractive, but they're not. The, the depreciating nature of the asset makes it terrible to sell covered calls on, especially in a bear market. You'll hear about a lot of people like selling covered calls on like TQQQ and SQQQ and stuff like that. It's risky. I wouldn't do it. What's also do you sell on the CSPs and the CCs? Same for both. I mean, it's the same idea both ways. Your chance of assignment is increased the greater the delta of the contract is. TQQ and stuff, new retail store. OPEX is today. The expiration is today. SPY turning around, expect it to. I fucking bought SPY puts at the bottom. Why do you do this? You know that like puts are gonna get closed today. It's fucking OPEX. Come on, Carl. Any thoughts on Bobby holding 3700 OI at Jan 2310 CA? 3700 OI. I'm sure it'll drop, but it's not dropping a lot right now, at least. Why am I looking at this? I don't want to look at this. Dillard's down 2%. Pat's holding it in there pretty strong. Fucking Tootsie Roll, killing it. Because I'm emotionally shook from the losses I've experienced, but determined as ever. I respect the determination, but also, you know, maybe take a break for a second before jumping right back in. Get your head straight. Since joining, I liquidated 1,500 AMC shares and bought GME at 130. I've made 1,500 this week alone selling covered calls. Nice, man. Congratulations. Where's the GTC 200% up today talk? GCT? Oh, I don't give a shit about that. Fucking weird Chinese IPO pump and dumps. I don't want any part of it. Spy puts 826 in danger, EG 420s. 826. I mean you're doing okay. For $1 million, would you become a Tootsie Roll for a day? I'm serious. Like, just wear a Tootsie Roll costume? Abso-fucking-lutely. There's a lot of things I would do for just $1 million. I'm not that rich. I have 916, 410, 916, 425. I would just look to roll up the 410s, right? Yeah. Roll out the 410s? You could roll them up too, I suppose. It might be cheaper to roll them out though, like to October, than to roll them up. Is long-term holding a Bobby share still on the table? I mean, I still have the only position I now currently have in Bobby is $105 calls for Jan 2023. And if the price slips below 950, those are gone as well. Will I buy new positions? Sure, but I'm not in a rush to do so. You think the spike could go below 420 today? It's possible. I mean, it's dropping, but it's dropping on very low volume still, right? Are $40 strikes more safe for September? A little bit. They'll be a little less exposed to like Delta. 0.37. I mean, they're a little higher than I'd like to buy, but Jesus, those are the Delta on those is kind of heavy. I suppose they're not terrible. I might pick up some of these. How's the Vega? 0.2? 0.211? 0.017? Pick up a little exposure today. Spy bouncing, shorts capitulating. I mean, it's going to move around a lot today. It's OPEX. As long as it maintains the downtrend, I'm pretty happy, I think. Yeah, it would be Delta and Nesquik. Do you think that RC started selling his shares on A16? They recall other shares have been responsible for the price action since then. That's possible, yeah. If you had low confidence that you could sell your deep out of the money calls at the peak, would in the money leaps be safer? May not maximize profits, but more time to react. IV for Jan 23 in the money call 80%. Sure. You're not going to gain a lot of extrinsic value though. What do you think is the absolute low for GMA until OPEX exposure is due? I said 33.75 earlier this week. I'm sticking to that. I think that's like kind of the low end. I think we slipped it a little bit today. I think in the pre-market we hit like 33.40. WTI rocketing, market downs incoming. Ooh. What's your price target for SPY rate SLD? I was assuming a 300 basis point drop from the peak, conservatively speaking, which would be, let's see, roughly 318.60, 319.21, technically. Well, like it's right in between those two. I can't actually tell what this price is. Hold on. 318.91 would be my conservative estimate. I forgot to thank you for last night's Discord announcement. You think of us when the worst news hits. And that's why I pay you 37% of my salary. Thanks, Turblera. I appreciate it, man. Sorry for the spam. What's your take on GME dividends still being handled as a forward split by numerous brokers? Isn't that a ticking time bomb the longer it goes on? On the broker end, it is handled as a forward split. I think that's the thing that people are missing is that the broker on the broker side of things, it is just a forward split. The difference between a dividend split and the forward split primarily has to do with like GameStop and its um GameStop and computer share in the issuance of the shares. Right? Because they're essentially like oh man, I'm fucking sick. They're logging them, right? But the way the split is distributed, it's distributed as a standard split. There's nothing to it. It's irrelevant. Are you familiar with Vox? Yes. Is it a scam like Elliott Wave? I don't think it's an I think the thing that it claims to assess is not accessible. And since there is no transparency in the methodology, I cannot say that I agree that it is effective in any way. Sure, Carl. Go nuts. Any update on Rev for next week? I know there's possible residual ETF exposure and FTDs, but any new thoughts? We'll see. I mean, a lot of Rev just depends on how much interest it picks up. I know Stanley bought in this week, so that's a big chunk. That'll be interesting. And we'll also generate FTDs. It's starting to pick up some retail interest, so it's not going to be quick necessarily, but you know, the more interest there is in Rev, the more potential it has. CS gave shares to the DTC to distribute, but it sounds like the DTC did not distribute. Don't brokers need to receive the new dividend shares to be whole? No, I mean the DCC definitely distributed the shares, right? And then the brokers distributed the shares. Everyone has their shares. Even the people in the shitty European brokerages have their shares now, right? Like the German brokerages and all of that. Like everyone's got their shares. It's over. It's done. There's nothing. There's nothing there. There's possible obligations due to ETFs that overlent shares, and have pro rata agreements with their shareholders, but that's a separate issue from the actual distribution of the dividend. That's a leverage risk that is created within ETFs. Yeah, they're supposed to treat it as a regular forward split. On the brokerage end, that's how they handle it. Rata, not rotata. Is Roe worth learning about? Yeah, I mean the Fed rate's going up, so absolutely. It used to not be very relevant because the Fed rate was irrelevant, but with rates going up, yeah, it matters. The Rev bid ask spread is nice. It is. Rev dark pool 63.9%. Nice. News on wheat? None that I've heard. Okay, let's say they didn't distribute it properly. What can anyone do about it? Absolutely fucking nothing. It makes no material difference. Shares are in the account of holders without any tax obligations. It's over. Yeah. That's it. It's done. Move on to your next piece of hopium. I put in some orders for some GME positions. I filled on some 65s. And some 50s. Looks like Ravina has bankruptcy meetings in the next week. Does that worry you at all in the short term? No? Fundamentally, I don't care that much about the company, right? It's more the amount of FTDs it generates and the amount of shorts that are underwater. 916. You explained this a million times. This is why you can have some monies. How does Gex play a part in market movements? As the underlying moves, that gamma must be hedged by MMs to ensure they don't blow up. Yeah. But as you approach expiration, gamma becomes more erratic. Right. And so in order to hedge that, you have to try to hedge in advance, or you have to accept the risk and hedge after the fact. And most market makers hedge their gamma after the fact, and so you get, you know, gamma exposure, which is essentially, you know, movements in gamma that went unhedged into expiration. Actually, if you go back on the Discord, I did like a little like a little write up in the announcements channels, like a visual of how gamma hedging works and where the exposure lies. I sold $13 Bobby CSPs yesterday for next week. Do you have any hope of not getting assigned, do you think? And if Bobby bounces next week, you don't have to worry about it. Yeah, it could help with OPEX next week. Considering SLD has only really started to be realized today, is it safe to say there's likely an insufficient amount of volume on the SPY currently? I mean, all of the volume on the SPY has been insufficient for the last like 3 weeks. So relatively, you know, the volume today it's very low, but it's in line with the recent trend. Push a Ko-Fi through, might have a pipeline. Let me see. Did I miss it? Price target for SPY, that was 418.90. And the one I just got from Baby Whale Nuke. Do you expect OPEX or NOPEX next week? I don't know what to expect next week yet. I'm still kind of on the fence. The options I buy first, I don't want a lot of delta sensitivity on Isidar. That way, if the price drops further today, I'm not taking a very big loss. That makes sense? I'll buy options closer to the money, closer to the time I expect the price to move. RC Dentures, thank you so much for becoming a zillionaire, man. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, dude.
Happy birthday, girl.
Good time for calls on the SPY?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
But we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin to go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win.
You know that Kenny borrowed another 600 million last night for at 5.29% from Goldman? Cool. Good for him. So as long as he makes more than 5.29% on it, he's golden. Do you think there's still a ton more GME obligations built up through the split that are due this August OPEX or pushed to September OPEX? Yeah, I think there could potentially be a lot of debt due in the ETFs due to the split. Remember, those ETFs have to have the same number of shares when they rebalance that they had going into the split. So you know, if they had 1 million, they need to have 4 million. And if they lent those shares out, and those shares aren't returned, you know, they need to buy the additional shares in order to satisfy their pro rata holdings agreements with their shareholders. They have to hold them in like kind. So it could be interesting. I think that's what triggered the run on Tesla and Nvidia after their splits. Do people understand that Kenny could buy bonds and beat that rate by 2x? No. They just assume that because a large financial institution is taking on capital from another large financial institution, that they're in trouble. Where did the new shares go? Into the broker's inventory. It's this, yeah, it's the same thing. The execution of a dividend split on after the shares are received by the DTCC or the DTC is the same as a forward split. Like, so they execute it the same way. The only difference is shorts don't split. It's literally how the money supply is made in our system. I know. Yeah, Citadel made like 7 billion last quarter. I think they're good for the 600 mil. Citadel did not lose $94 billion last quarter, except in their long-term holdings. Look at their trade revenue. Everyone lost money this year in their fucking long-term holdings. The market's down like 30%. Like, everyone's core fund is down. It's not really relevant, right? It's their performance that matters. Was previous FTD period on GME from June OPEX? Yes. What do you mean, where did the 30% go? All the FANG stocks are down massively. That's where it went. I've been doing crunches. My core is stronger than ever. Vaping is not smoking. They're not the same. Thanks, dude, for all the clarity on the theories. I let emotions take me to unreasonable conclusions, just like on GME. The real MOASS is with his knowledge and calmness. Thanks, man. You don't get popcorn lung from fucking vaping. You have to vape dicetyl to get that, and that's not in any vape juice anymore. A long time ago, it used to be in some, but they removed it. What are you waiting on to enter OPEX positions? Price IV drop? Both? Why is everyone so worried about when I enter the position? Fucking enter it whenever you want to. I don't give a fuck. My best entry and your best entry are not going to be equivalent. My best entry is usually your first exit. I mean, I have GME calls on the screen that I already bought into today. Like, make your own decisions. If you're not informed enough to choose when to buy your calls or to know what calls to buy, maybe just for a second stop and think, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing. I probably shouldn't be doing this with my money yet. Right? Like, you should not need me to tell you best strikes. I disagree. Losing everything is a great eye opener for YOLOing harder. Oh, Jesus. Oh, spy, how you have made me cry. Why must you fly instead of die? Don't be shy, spy, my guy. Roll over and die. Send Pi Fi's puts sky high. Beautiful poetry, Gilgamesh. King of alien dans. I blindly follow you. It's working out. I need to stop putting my positions on the fucking screen, like any of them. Okay, you don't have to tell me the best strikes. I'll just PM you my logins and you can take it from there. I hope I feel better this weekend too. I need to take my temperature real quick, guys. Give me a second. I'll be right back. I'm back, guys. Shit. $103.1. They gave me like pseudoephedrine and something else. No, it's like a antiviral of some sort. And then that plus like NSAIDs. Yeah, I just took some Tylenol, and I can take ibuprofen here in a minute. I've got some. I'll be okay. I have positions to manage. Even if I wanted to take the day off, I can't. Believe it or not, this is actually a job. Um, I think you might have picked up this cold when you went to visit your buddy's wife. The timing works out. Probably your filthy child running around with all his childlike friends and their diseases, like outbreak monkeys. 5 days to show symptoms. No, I'm not muted. I wouldn't go into work with a 103 temp. It's fair. I wouldn't either, but I don't work with other people, so well, not in person. Can you call in sick to your brokers and ask them to delay your positions? I wish. I'm not a market maker though. Can you think? I'm doing pretty good. Jake Freeman pump and dump story is interesting. There's a lot of weird loose ends there that I feel like were never tied up, or nobody was ever formally informed on. I believe IV is at 109 on Jimmy. Is this a good level to enter options? It is not bad. It is not a bad level to enter options. Eric, you make my markets. How sweet. Revin's just gonna bounce off 830 until it pops or gets delisted. Maybe, yeah. That'd be cool. Does Rev have FTDs today? It has some. I think it has. I'm trying to remember. 1.3 million today, roughly. No, their kid's like 6. He's in like first grade. You know, they're just going into class and licking each other, and they don't wash their hands. They're touching each other's faces and picking each other's nose. Little kids are just they're just covered in bacteria and germs. On vacation in Cali right now, but I want to say I'm glad you're not dead. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel. Not dead. Actually, dead might feel better than this, but I'll deal with it. Why would I buy Bobby puts? So I'll give you my monthly chat to say I hope you feel better soon. Thanks, Hawaiian Platypus. Last night was tough for everyone. Well, I'll get through it, though. I hope you hear everyone in here echo the sentiment to take care of yourself. I do. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. But I'll be alright. Don't worry about me. I was on cash secure puts for 350 on Fubo. Are they worth anything? Like, I mean, sure, but like, what's the return on capital? Because I remember looking at them and thinking that puts were kind of underpriced. Our repositioned Bobby calls are now over 25% with a protective put in place. Thanks to the learning Gurk. Now at 4:15, take your meds and go to bed. Yeah, I got the whole weekend to like recover and get my shit together, right? Like I'll be fine come Monday. I honestly like they told me it's a rhinovirus, but I've never had a cold this bad. This is fucking rough. It's rhinopox. What do you say to the rumor that your cat, Jfresh, knowingly gave you monkeypox? I'd believe it. Anything to get his puts to print. What's the play for Fubo? Jan 2450C? I have some Jan 2450s. Those are just like a volatility play. I'm just like long on it. It's not really a play so much. It may become one over time. I think interest is picking up in it, and we're going to start to see a lot of institutional accumulation soon. But in the meantime, it's very cheap. So I've been, getting a long position in it, shares and leaps. I do have some positions for like some obligations that might have been generated on it, but that's about it. I went to the doctor last night again. 'Cause it almost hit like 104. It's just like right before I can take my medicine, it gets really, really, really high. Nice try, big numbers. I was fortunate enough to get out with Bobby some profits. I'm interested in the Fubo play that you mentioned. What's your thesis? Um, I wrote it down in the it's in the Billionaire thing. The Pickles picks. I wrote the whole thing down. Well, most of it. New York City is getting attacked by viruses. Huh. Interesting, Chaku. Thoughts on the SPY's current trend? I wish it would go down faster. What's up? I picked the wrong 2 days for a road trip. Sure as shit did. If negative 10% is hit in after hours, does it trigger SSR if it opens back up above that 10%? So SSR is triggered at negative 10%, and then it's for that day and then the following day. But it doesn't revert once it's triggered. Linux or whomever said GME has a gap to fill and it should fill fast. Where? There's no gaps. Here? Oh. There are no gaps. Gap on the 1 day? But like the fucking one at like 380 or whatever? Or 320? We're not filling that shit. The 36? It's so small though. Like, sure, so we could bounce back up to 40? Wouldn't we expect to just do that for OPEX anyway? Regardless of the gap? I'm not even sure these exist on the 4 hour. Okay, that one does. Oh no, that's the fucking split. Hold on. I gotta zoom in. Fucking. Is WeBull ever gonna update that? Yeah, if you look at after hours, there's no gaps. Like this is filled. Fucking this one filled in already. They're all filled in. Gap on the 1 hour, July 6th. No? This? I don't think so. It won't appear if you show after hour PM. That means it's filled in after hours and PM. You know they can fill gaps in after hours, right? It's like when market makers do most of their hedging and offloading of internalized order flow. What price are you looking to add Bobby shares? I'm not. Do you have another monitor where you watch Spy and VIX? I have another monitor, but I'm not watching Spy or VIX on it. I have Tesla open and Revlon. We generally think the SPY drops through the end of the year, or do you think the bottom is in? I don't think the bottom's in. How far out would a call need to be to cover OPEX? If we get an OPEX, it needs to be out beyond the 26th. I mean, even if you have those two factors, that's not a setup for a play. What is SODL? It's the opposite of HODL. No, OI data comes in Monday morning. JFresh is bullish on Bobby now. Can we ban him? No, he's got it figured out. I think you think the SPY will drop below 420 today, or will it just bounce between 423, 422? Right now, it looks like it's mostly going to bounce between the two. I actually think it could run a little higher. I think we might fill back up to like 424 before coming down more. Check Bobby. Did RC sell again? Bobby's fine. No, people are just panicking from intraday volatility. AMD dropping more than AMAT. Ugh, for max pain. Now lost the last of my savings after dedicating every waking second to learning to trade the last year. Emotions killed my success. I'm sorry to hear that, man. You know, at some point that happens to most people. And you either have to decide if that year of your life was a waste or you want to continue to pursue it. If you do, dust yourself off and get back to it. If not, find something else. Is there a way to force assign a covered call? No. You could roll it deeper in the money. I made 75 on a terrible Chinese pump and dump stock today. That was fun and weird. Cool. Oh, nice. 826. 50 calls. The volume on Bobby is still impressive. Yeah, it's very high. $6.5 CSPs on Rev for next week is 10% ROI. Right now, insane if you want to DCA into a position or just looking for a gain. Interesting. Not bad for synthetic longs either. If Bobby ends the day with a doji on the daily, is it a sign of a reversal? No, dojis are meaningless. Candlestick analysis is bullshit. Just Just FYI. It almost means nothing. Like even the most confirmable like candlestick trends are only like 54% accurate, which is garbage, right? Like just use the MACD. At least that's 70% roughly. What do you think of 20x 33 CSPs at 115 for next week? Okay. Do you want to buy 2,000 shares of GameStop? What do you think of Fubo? I like it. I've put about 35,000 bucks into it this week. I made a couple grand on it on Tuesday with some shorter dated shit. Are you still bullish on Fubo? No, I've completely bailed on the position. I have nothing. Ignore the calls you see there in the bottom right corner. Those are bearish calls. I haven't heard any mention of the quarterly futures rollover. That's in September. May 25th last year was OPEX. Grapevine, Texas GameStop massacre. It was the T+2 from May OPEX. Are you repositioning your SPY September puts today or waiting till Monday? I might wait till Monday. I don't know. We'll see where the SPY ends up towards the end of the day. If it moves back down to like the 421 range, I'll probably hold my September puts over the weekend. Do you still have a position in not dying? How's the fever? It's a little above 103. But I just took some ibuprofen, so it should start to come down. Blow it out your ass, Daniel Taylor, eldest of Dans. I just all in on Fubo. Fubu? Oh, well, are you at a Marshall's? Where did you find Fubu for sale? Revlon gonna scallop today. It's doing some neat stuff. I like Revlon. It's it's one of my favorites. You look very shady today. Thanks, Chris Rudin. No, make Rev Gap up so I can unload my $9 weekly bags. If Fubo goes back to $2, I'm gonna buy more of it, right? Is SLD over and should we drop our puts? Maybe. I don't give a fuck, DVS. So you're telling me I should sell? You're planning to close puts or just roll? I might roll the profits. We'll see. What time frame are we talking about with the Fubo play? Well, I have shares and leaps, and then I have a few September calls. What a sport. No way the market just keeps going up after SLD, right? Where do people see Linux' DD? That's a bit of a stretch to call it DD. Aggravated rant? I don't know where he's posting it. Usually on Reddit, right? MSM just called Bobby Bloodbath and Beyond. Nice. They clearly didn't buy back when it was $20. Otherwise, they would have been calling it that for months. If you check the options flow on Bobby for today, probably a good time too. Super fucking bearish. Negative 3.37 million delta. Most of that sold calls and bought puts. GME puts rolling in. Not as heavily. Actually, still decent though. Negative 245,000 delta. But yeah, lots of August 19 puts, August 26 puts. Is it more beneficial for the MM to have GME above or below 35? 35 doesn't matter. Below 35, I guess, would be better because it's gamma neutrals at, what is it, 34.8. So who's Jfresh reading about OPEX being a dud because there's not sufficient negative negative delta. I close my 18C on SPXS for 300% gains. Thank you, Pickle, and get well soon. Nice, dude. Congratulations. Is Bobby still a play? Yeah, it's just different. Lost 90% of my position on that dip with GME and Bobby. How? 90% of your port or your position? Did you sell it? If you sold it, was that a loss? October Spy 418 Degen or Big Brain? 420 would be a better target. Why 418? Position lost. Did you get assigned on covered calls or something? Routine for the support. All right. Huh. I just fell asleep, I think. Three. No, just calls. How is Bobby now a different play? Only puts for the foreseeable future? No, but with massive liquidity being provided, you're looking at more of like a dead cat bounce type of scenario. Influx of liquidity helping them get out of the FTDs and obligations they generated. Or you're waiting for news to come from the company, right? Are there any good indicators to determine whether or not IV will drop? I don't think the market maker wants to get burned on them again. So they've dropped a little bit, a couple times, but not very much. Ooh, food. How long did I fall asleep for? Was it like a long time? I don't think it was. feel better. Seconds? I feel fully rejuvenated. No, that's a lie. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back. Does the SPY seem like it's about to break downward? Ah. Yes. This is what is colloquially known as a triple top. It's a shitty indicator. Forward-looking shittiness. Ow. Oxy going vertical? Really? Interesting. It's fucking oil pumping? I gotta go look at crudes. Ooh. Oil's picking back up. Whichever one makes you happy. Triple top, head and shoulders. I would say not a head and shoulders because the second peak is higher, but the baseline is the same. Also, like, relative volume is higher on the third peak than it is on the second. Usually a head and shoulders, the volume is highest on the head. Roughly similar effect, right? I guess a triple top would have a little bit more expected drawdown. Oil jumping is a bad sign if you're basing the idea that the recession is over entirely on the price of gas going down. Oh, you mean like our government? Why would Ryan Cohen derail a squeeze when he would obviously make so much more just by delaying filing the form? You know, one could have asked the same question last June 9th when he released shares of GameStop at $200 when he could have released them far, far higher. And yet, here we are. I haven't watched a man sleep since I was a soldier, Gherk. It filled my heart. Get well soon. Thanks, Mike. I appreciate it, man. Budzinski 8. I appreciate it. I'll be better next week, maybe. I think. I hope. Or I'll die alone by myself in this shitty apartment. Tune in next time to find out. Are you saying RC helped short hedge funds with what he did with GME and BBBY? You know, fool me once. Shame on me. Shame on you. Fool me twice. You can't get fooled again. Exactly. Thanks to the George W. Bush impression. I feel like I nailed it. And before coin investment into Rev, then we can fucking dump our bags on him on the pump. Perfect. No, Cohen wouldn't buy into Rev. Don't expect an activist investor to come into Revlon. There's not enough available shares. RC, like most rich people, is probably getting his fucking money out of the market right now. When can RC sell Jimmy? 30 days after the split, I think. You're rich. Why aren't you getting your money out? I'm not that kind of rich. When was the split? July 22nd? You know, of all the things that make me bullish as fuck on GME, George Sherman makes me more bullish than all of the rest. That motherfucker hasn't sold a goddamn thing since they ousted him. Yeah, he's not even part of the company and he's holding, right? I mean, he's probably making a shitload of money on CCs, but his ownership is reported. I think he can still. I think he can. He's no longer under the like. He's no longer under the no hedging clause. New RC filing. He's shorting Bobby. Is he trying to go to jail? Revlon's just so fun. Revlon's gonna pop fucking hard in a minute. Hmm. Jedward, thank you so much for becoming a pigeon whale, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the Royal Pigeon Whale Society for the advancement of cooing and other lofty goals, where from your high perch, you can shit on the pores.
$99 straight to Kirk's pocket. He's gotta be a shill cause he's taking all my money. Think he's got a gun to my head. Pigeon whales are the highest class of society.
Why is Ivy rising so much on GME? Pricing in a move? If only the borrow rate would go up today, I'd feel a lot better. Wait, did the borrow rate on GME go up today at all? Borrow went down? That's not good. What are you expecting for threshold on Bobby? Price action? If it stays on threshold. Nice, Steven. Congratulations. It still changes the landscape of the play, Mike's Pickle. I don't care that he sold, but I'm gonna reposition. Girk like the 3 precogs in Minority Report, but just one person not in a bathtub all day. I also would have accepted Tom Hanks in Cloud Atlas. Does SLD always line up with OPEX? Yeah. Let's try some reverse psychology on the spy. Spy. No one thinks that you can go to 400, and that's fine if you're scared. You can prove them right by staying right where you are. Good luck with that. Jimmy's just doing the same thing the spy is. Still bullish for Jimmy OPEX. I'm a little bullish. I have some positions. Hey man, check my Discord DM. Thanks. With all this hype around GME OPEX, I feel like it will do nothing. I didn't realize there was a lot of hype surrounding it. Interesting. We're moving up into close. That's definitely going to start moving down hard now. Ooh. Rev just frozen? Yeah. Probably back to VWAP. Ooh. Hmm. Did you get in and out of the 8.5s for Rev? Yeah. I mean, some, I'd imagine. I don't know how many, but I'm sure they've cleared some of them. What's your favorite smell? We already went over this when we were designing perfumes. It's bergamot, lime, and honeysuckle. Any economic data next week? Yeah. Also, Jackson Hole next week. The Jimmy calls you were buying are for September 16th? Yes. Looks like the reverse psychology worked on the SPY. Now let's try negging. Hey, SPY, that was an interesting leg down you had. Geez, take it easy. I thought you had a sense of humor. You're so touchy and over emotional. Perfect. Is this the part where people say the SPY dumps are done, buy calls, and the SPY keeps dumping? I don't know. Who thinks the SPY dumps are done besides Bones? What are the benefits of buying covered calls versus writing covered calls? Is it better to write the CC? The GME call you purchased that you just mentioned? That's not a covered call. That's a long call. I want to finish this bite before I get into this with you. But a covered call is sold, or a short call that has been collateralized with 100 shares of the underlying stock. A long call is a directional bet that the price of the stock will go up. These are bought, hence long. No worries, man. Do you wear deodorant? Of course. I probably don't need to because I sit in a chair every day at home, but it makes me feel good about me, you know? And it's good to keep a sense of self when you spend your entire day talking to yourself in a computer screen. Do you have any bear gallbladder or powdered elephant tusk? I've heard traditional medicine is good for sickness. No, but I do have a bottle of 3 penis wine if I need it. But that's only if the fever hits 105. I'm gonna take that and then shove a ginseng root in my ear. No, I don't grow out my pinky fingernail. I cut my fingernails. Gross. The white part of your fingernail should never be more than a millimeter long. It's best for effective trading too, because you don't want to accidentally mistype anything or fat finger the wrong key. Rev gonna rev more? Not right now. I'll let you know when. Where's the Rev DD? I made a video. Look in the clips channel. One of them, or on my Twitter in there somewhere. You've been trading with a DDR pad the entire time? Don't tell anyone. Natural body odor is how you find a mate. We we dishing out pheromones now, like cavemen, or just go hit someone with a rock and drag them home. We live in a civilized society. It's okay to smell nice. Don't wipe. The pheromones will absolutely emanate from you. I don't want to know what that is. G's life. Please don't tell me. The reason Bobby is holding its own at 11 is because MMs and shorts are using the sell liquidity coming in to cover it and net balance in the immediate aftermath of RC's Brutus Day. Yeah, probably. Hashtag Axe body spray. And Tom Hanks in Castaway, do you think Tom Hanks got intimate with Wilson? I mean, it's the only explanation, right? Because weeklies are bad. Okay. Everyone pulled all their money off the table in November and they haven't put it back. I would love to do a collaboration with Tom Hanks. But again, he needs to use the accent that he uses in Cloud Atlas. He speak to true. I saw that movie for the first time like last week, and it's the fucking worst thing I've ever watched. As your unofficial agent, I'll work on setting that up. Thanks. I can teach him about stocks, and he can teach me how to be really boring. No, I haven't seen that ice cream sandwich. What input device do you use for your Epic Pen? I have, it's like some $16 USB tablet I bought on Amazon. It's never failed me. But then your investing would be boring to watch. Imagine streaming buy and hold index investing. I could make it exciting. Remember when he got COVID in March 2020 and everyone cried together? Is that why the market crashed? Yeah, I'm not shaving my beard. I don't have an Amazon link for the tablet. Yeah, I liked it at 180. I'm not a huge fan of it at 195. Do you prune your armpits? Trim? The shill game is worse than Zakire's pullout game. Zakir, here's the secret. Zakire's never pulled out. He just screams diamond dick and holds his shares. This market downtrend is just big guys skimming everyone's 401k contributions. Yeah. Coop Dog Baller, welcome to Dillionaire, man. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
Happy birthday, Gurk.
You're not wrong, except it's not me who screams it.
We ain't got rope, give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no coke. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon.
Don't put rattlesnakes in condoms? Oh, don't. Two things you don't fuck with.
Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the van GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on boat. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo, but we ain't no cult.
Sold my BBY with profit yesterday. Thank you. When is a good entry on GME? The 28 to $32 range is pretty decent. Unfortunately, I still have to pull out of my driveway in reverse. Okay, so this is what you need to do, Zakir. You just have to like whip your car into your driveway so that it ends up with the back end in first. So you never put the car in reverse. You just kind of drift in. Yeah. Until you have enough money to have someone else put your car in reverse for you. That way, you know, if you can pull that off, then you're middle class. Like Ace Ventura, like a glove. Instructions unclear. I ran over my dog. Let's go get a new one. Any thoughts on Weber? They sell disposable barbecues. There was an attempt. How are Jimmy options looking for OPEX? The ones I bought earlier look pretty good so far. How's the general atmosphere at the dumpster behind Wendy's? Seedy and competitive. I just picked up a few contracts for like September. I got some 65, some 50s, some 40s. They're doing okay. Someone might ask themselves, wait, Gherk, how did you buy those calls earlier when our price is even lower now and they're up? And the answer is, I'm actually the best at this shit. With a 103 fever, I'm still a better trader than Michael Burry. Is this my flu game? Oh, fuck. That's a weird thing that's about to happen. I have stops on all my. It's very interesting. But the question is, I mean, up hard or down hard? It kind of looks like up, like the up hard part is over. I bet I can make a better grilled steak on a Weber than you could on a good grill. It's the same tool. It's like, I could boil soup better than you on a fire, a different fire. What the fuck's the difference? Is your internet medical person? Please go to the hospital if your fever is over 103 for an extended period. Listen, turd. Me and the other people here don't care about your opinion on my fever. Isn't that right, guys? See? I'm not taking medical advice from a guy who can't label his y-axis. After many moons of waiting, my undrs process started today. I hope you feel better knowing none of this matters in MOASS tomorrow. Okay, my energy's gone now. That was the last of it. I'm stealing that insult for future use against my algebra students. Stop trying to make everything into a head and shoulders. It's a knees and toes formation. No, that's the inverse head and shoulders. Right? Because it's like a little foot part. Down. Say the inverse head and shoulders is the knees and toes. Thanks for noticing, Snail. Sent Gurka photo of me and Elon touching tips. Gross. Did he give you a horse? It's gonna try to run away again. You got a donkey? Man, you're worth more than that. Don't sell yourself short like that, dork. No lonky. What am I worth? I'd trade myself in for a popsicle. I mean, now slightly less than a popsicle. Like one of those popsicles with the gumdrops, but the gumdrops felt like the gumballs fell off. You know that like little like the divot left where the gumball once rested? That's you. Is Tesla gonna take SPY up with it? Is Tesla gonna go up? Jesus, man, you killed him. Does this thing lay down? Hold on. Jesus fuck. This is much better. I'm gonna turn this light back off. Look at the markets, guys. Yeah, I've gotten like 6. I don't have COVID. I've got like 6 COVID tests. Who do we contact if you die on stream? Send me a DM on the Discord. I'll get to it later. I didn't just get the rapid antigen tests. Hydrate. I've been drinking fluids all day. If you were forced to do a stream transfer of power, who would be your Kamala Harris? Jay Fresh. Who said I'm not going to buy out the money calls? It's very presumptuous of you, Nostradamus, to assume that these are all the calls I'm going to buy. They are not. You're not the most hated man on Superstock today. That must make you feel so much better. Not really. I kind of enjoyed that position. Appoint me to the Fed. I'll pin interest rates at 20% and fix the economy. That'd be amazing. Yeah, viewers would go to 0, but that's just because JFresh wouldn't actually do the stream. I did not. First of all, Bob P. Disgusting. Second of all, I did not mate her. Believe it or not, I can go to a soon to be divorcee's home without anything but platonic intentions. Fuck. Thoughts on Cosmic Lightning Warrior? In regards to what? I don't watch gaming streams. Financial literacy? What are your thoughts? I like the lip stonk. It's a good one. You should get the ones I have for freezers. It's a Sub-Zero CL 3650F. They're awesome. And they have like Wi-Fi access, so you can control them when you're not home. You can freeze your ice cream to exactly 31 degrees Fahrenheit. Yeah, and if you need to, you can empty one of them out and stand in it because you have a fever and you're gonna die if you don't. What's up, Dan Dan? Thank you, Kevin. Girk's new hat fan. I bought them from a restaurant that was going out of business. Boofa popsicle fever solved. I don't think that's what boofing a popsicle would do. Might dye my butthole like purple or something. Are you trying to get me to DRS a popsicle? Is this code? DRS, same like boofing purple popsicles? Pray your kids never get a fever. Why? You just put them in the freezer. It's easy. This kills the kid. I would argue that it gets rid of the fever. You guys are thinking like pores, just only putting food in your freezers. I went in my own freezer last night. It was perfectly safe. It's got a little tiny window. Any thoughts on the still huge amounts of volume on BBBY, even though the play is supposedly quote unquote dead? You don't need to put quotes on it. They're just churning volume through CNS to clear FTDs. What do I need to do to become your supplier of ice cream sandwiches? I'll get you whatever you want, whenever you want, free of charge. Well, first you need to learn how to spell sandwich. Then we can discuss further potential for employment. My mom and dad legit used to put me in the chest freezer when I was sick as a kid. My mom went on to become a great cardiac nurse and ended her career training doctors. Freezer is greater than NyQuil. Yeah, right? I already packed one of my freezers into the other freezer so I can just like climb in it for like 20, 30 minutes. I don't have it set below freezing, obviously. I have it set to like 45 degrees right now, but I'll throw in a bonus one for the error. You can submit your curriculum vitae to my direct messages on the Discord, and then we'll be in touch. Do people in New York eat hot dogs from a cart on the corner of the street, or is that a movie thing? No, it's not a movie thing. It's a real thing that was then put in movies because it's a real thing. Birds aren't real. Okay, I told you to stay off Reddit, Carl. Why is Rev just bouncing between 820 and 850? Would you prefer it goes to 0? Oh, cool. These calls I bought are so awesome. GME flat, calls up 20%. Top that. Fubo PT, above $4.50. Favorite food truck? I don't eat food that comes from trucks. First of all, that requires going out and standing in a group of people and then eating food in the street like a hobo. With what, my hands? Ugh. That'd make a mess. I don't have a favorite hot dog cart. Rev on the day, pretty bullish. I like it. No, I don't know how to... I mean, I could probably figure out how to survive in the wild. The correct answer is Gray's papaya. You know, I'd agree with you, except papaya juice is disgusting, Gaff, and you know it. It tastes like fucking hand soap. Thanks for being like Enterprise Rent-A-Car. You give me the tools to be my own boss. Peas, where the fuck are these Rev FTDs? Did they Marky Mark long them? Thanks again, brother. They're there. They're there and they're being cleared. And then they're gone. Like what kind of statement does that make about our society, that first of all, people thinking that going and surviving in the wild is a skill set they need, right? Or B, that it's like a redeemable quality. Who gives a fuck if you can survive in the wild? It's like, oh man, yeah, if my plane goes down on a deserted island, I'm gonna live for days. No one cares. You're just gonna cut your foot and die of infection. There goes my dreams of having a bushcrafting on Wall Street co-stream with Kirk. Survival skills irrelevant? What's next? You're gonna say Jimmy won't hit $69 million a share? It won't. Bear pickle in the wild, smoked pheasant with roasted wild garlic, chimichurri. You forgot to say why Jimmy won't hit 69 million. RC will sell out before it happens. You see, Mel. Oh, ow. Oh, I'm getting chills. No, popcorn trader. This isn't Greece. I didn't get Rona. I've got a cold, but it's just really, really bad. Maybe it's a flu. They weren't really sure. They said it might be a flu, but it's not coronavirus. It's not monkeypox. They gave me a test for that too. Gaff clearly doesn't have a lot of work to do today. You won't die of a foot cut infection if you study the natural antiseptic properties of various island tree barks. Appreciate your hard work and hope you feel better soon. You're still stuck on a fucking deserted island. You know, walk around with your infected foot and collect the specific tree barks needed. And then what? Make a salve? No, you're gonna die. That's what's gonna happen. If you have survival skills, you'll just live in a shitty situation slightly longer. So you get to enjoy extra misery before dying. I would pee on my foot to kill the infection and then go short Tesla. That's how your port died. You were busy trying to pee on J Fresh's foot. You weren't paying attention to your Tesla shorts. Rev looks great. Oh, it's gonna do big rippies again. Or it's done with big rippies? I think it might be done with big rippies. Hold on. Oh yeah, the big rippies are over. Yeah, they're done. I think. Well, it's kind of hard to say, actually. Are they done, or have they just begun? Why does this not make any sense? Quiet. I need to figure this out. It's definitely done. Okay. This cough stuff they gave me is fun. There were 1.8 million volume. The other days required 3 million to clear similar amounts. Why are we done? I don't know. It just looks like the little run here, this little run specifically, is over. Okay, look, wheat's up. Holy shit. It's happening. Hey, look at the spy. Yeah. Ooh, Revlon has some news. It's gone. Where did it go? Oh. I don't understand. Commodities are going up, but I was specifically told we were in a recovery. Sure. Bro is high on codeine, so be careful following his trades today. Listen, this shit's all green. Fuck you. Well, most of it is. You hit me up with some of that lean? No, it's mine. Well, what do you guys do when they give you codeine cough syrup at the doctors? Take your prescribed dose every hour? Or do you just dump it in a bottle full of Sprite and drink it slowly over the course of 4 days? I sell it. Fair enough, dork. Fair enough. No judgments. Get sprung. Glad I sold all my shares. Congratulations. Trying to verify my Discord, but it won't send my phone number the code. You need to get in touch with Discord support. Is Revel just gonna rip right now? Trust this shit at all. Nope. Hold on. Hmm. Pull that off. SPY looks pretty bearish into close, honestly. Keeping SPY puts for 826, I might. I'm not high on codeine, I don't think. SPY held down a trend, amplified it more if anything. Mm. Yeah, this cough syrup has hydrocodone. So And this is pseudoephedrine. Has the market been halted for the last 2 hours? It's pretty boring. I told the doctor I had to get through a day of work. I don't know. It's not it's like Sudafed, but it's stronger. I think I don't know. It's like a prescription dose. I know Sudafed's an amphetamine. I did get an IV yesterday. 2 of them. Super hydrated. My wife said you can make a shit ton of meth if you've got the good stuff. Can I just go buy some like Bayer or something? We need the Power Hour song to raise the mood. No, we don't. You explained a bit about the Rev thesis, and I'm thinking of December 23 tenses. Maybe too safe. Your advice of far dated near the money calls paid big for Bobby for me. Trying to feel better, drink a hot toddy, a hottie toddy, and eat a pickle. I don't really know if I should be mixing hot toddies with my current med. Well, you know what? Fuck it. I'll try it. What's the worst that happens? I don't know what you want me to explain about the Rev thesis. I made a video about it, Patty Rick. You can go check that out. It's on the Clips channel. Clips? Yeah, Clips. Clip. Clippy. Clip. It worked out well for Judy Garland, Elvis, and Marilyn Monroe, so, right? They're all doing great. They're famous. Thanks, Blues Bananas. Good job, man. Can you make a video explaining how to watch the Rev video? Probably. No, Revlon. Failed me. I made 5K scalping rev every day for the FTD hikes. Thoughts on the sustainability of this? What are you buying, like 6,000 contracts at once? If you were to watch the rev video, what exactly would it say? Nice try. Were you this out of it when you got banned for life from TGI Fridays? I'm not out of it at all. I'm perfectly coherent. The world needs crypto some days, same day settlement. I got a GFU on my account and it's really messing up my plans. But that would make it more difficult to fail on deliveries. Then you'd have to only trade like physical stock. Identified with like a unique serial number or something. Get the fuck out of here. Thanks, Innate Cairo. I've also made $500 of rev on the vol spikes like that guy. I've made like some money on the vol spikes, but holy fuck, you gotta buy a lot of contracts or shares. Okay. No slippage? Because the moves have been so small lately. Worst that could happen is you end up so off your face, you wake up with 20,000 AMC shares surrounded by empty pineapple pizza boxes. That'd be pretty awful. Thanks, username. Congrats on the profits, man. It's gonna do it. I waited all day for the SPY to not bounce here. Hours. What are the lyrics for Crash Into Me? Someone sing that. Just at home by yourself. I won't be able to hear you, but I want to know that you're singing it. No, I fucking hate Tom Petty. Look, Bounce by Calvin Harris. You want to get banned, Ryan Coker? Who's Dave Matthews Band? I don't know Dave Matthew. Is that who wrote this song? Huh. There you go, Funkle Bruce. That was the prize, JC. I have too much melanin to answer. I feel like the Dave Matthews Band was very inclusive. They had there's the violin guy. That dude was fucking breaking stereotypes left and right. I don't know who the drummer was. So much heavy portfolio pays off for the hungry investor. Suppose. It's gonna bounce. Look, it's trying to do it. Fucking asshole. You think it's better to take 300 GFVs and wait 90 days or wait 12 months? What? Stop trading with money you don't have. Why do I even have to answer these questions? Cisco Thong Song? She got dumps like a truck? What? Truck? Size like what? Oh my god, what have I done? You crashed the market, Matt H. The secret weakness of the SPY is Cisco. Bobby Squeeze played dead in your opinion? Unless there's some drastic change, it's pretty unlikely to squeeze at this point. There'll be overflow from the FTDs and stuff that'll cause additional bounces in the future, but I feel like VIX should be higher. You know, I always feel that way. That song does still hold up. What if Pulte bought 200 shares of Bobby? Who cares? What, Rev's just coming down because everything's going boom. And they're shorting the fuck out of it. Look at all the volumes. What percentage of your GME calls for OPEX have you already bought? 2. Hold on. I'll be right back. I'm having a dizzy. Keep singing the thong song while I'm gone. I'm back. What the fuck? Bullshit. How them spy puts doing? Better? Not a lot better, but a little bit. I should probably close these and roll them. Keep these. Keep these. Don't touch them. Oh, roll these. Woo! I'm rolling the 826s, not the 916s. Holy fuck. I'm up. I'm up on the SPY play. It's happened. After weeks of waiting through absurd bullishness. Beautiful, beautiful bear tears. Suck it, bulls. You and your stupid buying of things. What price points are you aiming for? So I'm not taking profits on the 425s yet. But the 4280s and the 428s are gone. I took profit on the UVXY calls. And I rolled out the 826s at a tiny loss. Well, the 415s not so great, but the 420 is almost even. I exited essentially a wash of my SPY position because I didn't like the cut of the SPY's jib at the present. Congrats on waiting it out. Thanks, man. What would you say if I told you I bought rev calls at 241? But you sold them at 242, right? Thanks, Sirax. Fuck, man, that took a long time. I made 2,500 on one account, lost 70K on the other. Am I doing this right? Yes. Congratulations on your gains. Fast as fuck, boy. I made $5 on back bitches. What would you say if I had 120 Rev $9 calls? Nice. Does MM not exist on Rev? I can't get a fill at the mid. Try getting a fill higher than the mid? Lost 500 today after starting the day down 475. God, I'm good. You're one of the best traders of our generation, Popcorn Trader. Should I buy... What? Buy Rev, Bobby, or Jimmy at close? You should buy Hyacinths for your soul, Ryan. What's up, DV? Fubu may not pop next week, but if it does, weekly calls are absurdly cheap. I'm aware. I don't want the light in my face. It was bothering me. Orange guy, thank you so much for becoming a Dillionaire, dude. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream, man. Nobody bonks the stonk.
Happy birthday, Gherkin.
Oh, look at this piece of shit. Coming right back.
Chance, but we ain't got roles. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold it afloat. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to moon soon, man. Got the man GG on the CNBC saying that he ain't seeing no collusion. And we might be apes, but we ain't that Joe. Motherfucker, trade, this is popcorn code. When the Citadel fails, I'm a bomber on both. Sail the Elliott waves like a Kramer on coke. Yo.
I just want you guys for a second to consider how much fucking money Wall Street Bets would have if every night they chased into close and then just bought some protective puts. Right? Like their stock's just ripping and they're going nuts buying out of the money calls. And then just right before close, they just pick up a few protective puts. They'd run the market. What's protection? That thing you could have worn instead of getting a tax write-off. Counter it with the thong song? I rolled my spy puts perfectly at the bottom. I'm ready to buy more now. 100 September 16, $7 Fubo. Same like I'm an idiot? Why didn't you just get like the $5 ones? The 7s aren't even that much cheaper. The $5 ones are 32 cents. 5.50. Okay, I'm just gonna buy 10 more of these for fun. Same like free. I made 45K on spy puts today, among other smaller plays. I took profit a little too early, but I took profits. Now I work the dumpster for the love, not the need. Thanks. No problem, Ghost of Dan. What percent of OPEX have you entered? Part of it. Any spy predictions into next week? It may start to recover for a little bit. I don't know. Next week's tricky because, you know, they're opening up Jackson's Hole next week and they're going to have their symposium. And who knows, you know, when the wine and is flowing, it could get crazy. They just start popping off at the mouth generally. The hedge is about perfectly zero going into next week. Can you explain why you expect an OPEX? They still have to get shares to hedge with. The stock is still a liquid as fuck, right? Like they need to generate. They're not generating as many ETF obligations, but they're still generating them. Not all of the price action from OPEX is strictly because of the negative delta flip. I don't expect the stock to go up like 100%. Maybe 10, 12. They don't just use the ETFs to short. Like they need that liquidity for other things too. We had a positive delta hedge going into June and we went up what? 15, 16%? We had a positive delta hedge going into November. We went up like 13, 14%. Technically, I'm already up 26% on these. If the MM's not going to give me OPEX, JFresh, I'll make my own. All right. What about Jackson's Hole? Jackson's Hole going to crash the market? I don't know. Depends on how drunk JPOW gets. I DM'd you a new video. It's from the heart. I can't wait to watch it. We got Rev coming back to save Zakir's call. Thoughts on Bobby for OPEX? Maybe? It didn't really do much in May, though, which is concerning. Guybrush did do good today. I'm gonna have to give him some more responsibilities. The only violent downside we've seen has been in AF for this cycle. Does that count, or is it more important during normal hours? The way I see it, no violent downside, no violent upside. Fair. Thinking about just playing near the money this cycle and sitting out IV plays, what do you think? As someone who's up 30% on his current IV plays, I disagree. But, yeah, I mean, near the money is definitely a way to play it. IV on GME is really, really low. It's like 100%, 107 earlier. Might be higher now, but Gurk, is it your birthday? No, that's in November. Fubo Jan 0204 $10 calls. Nice long entry. I have a bunch of those. Yeah, I like them. I don't hate them at all. Yeah, whoever shorted Rev's kind of fucked, huh? Hold Bobby overnight. You could. Remember Gurk's birthday in November. Isbot calls and Jimmy is ripping. Nice. $140 a bad cost basis if I were to buy some GME shares for OPEX. I don't like buying GME at 140. No, but gross. Also, it's not 140, it's 35. Rebecca's actually stunting in here. You bought $200 GME calls for OPEX? No, I bought 65s. I'm turning the big 3-0 this weekend. Do you remember what you did for your birthday? There's no TGIF Fridays where I live. No. I don't remember my 30th birthday at all. Did I do anything? Am I 30? These are good questions. $65 by 4, $375. No, they're just 65s. Ugh. You really should have that weekly skit about the dad and the son at the beginning of the, not the end of the stream when the trading day is over. Just saying. Are you an Oxy? No, but I played it the last time. About some full bull for Jimmy. Sorry, I'm like kind of feeling. Oh.
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside.
Oh no, the song stopped?
I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you'd like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like. I can be green, I can be red, I can be violent upside, I can be hurtful, I can be full, I can be anything you like.
From down 500 to plus 17. Look at you go, Popcorn. Look at you go. Maybe RC will buy Revlon. I highly doubt it. I don't like BlackBerry very much. If you want to buy it and hold it for a long time, it's fine. But to trade it, eh. If you really wanted to fuck the shorts, why wouldn't he buy Rev? I don't know. Because he probably just wouldn't. I think they sell Revlon products at BBBY, too. He can't lend them out, so he can't recall them, Verax. GameStop has a no hedging requirement for insiders. So they're not allowed to lend their shares out to short sellers or buy options. I want to thank you so much for teaching us about covered calls. I held my GME shares for so long with no benefit. Now I can actually make money while I hold. Riku, kind sir, Riku. Thank you so much. Moving forward blindly. We're rolling to October before 4:15. I think I rolled all the position I want to roll for now. Nikhil. Do you remember that I had 10k gains to pay off my student debt? Well, that is gone now due to BBY. But hey, I made 250 on spy puts today. You live and learn. Ah, shit, man. I'm sorry to hear that. But yeah, just keep grinding at it. You'll get there. Better luck next time, man. I thought you sold the BBBY. I didn't realize you were messaging me about unrealized gains. Oof. Revlon's just not stopping. So you say you want a revolution. This is nice. Vop? I'm so happy with my $5 profit.
Pickle, 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 pickle. It is up in your face, chase, fire it up, don't be late, get some, set it, stop as we rock. It is up in your face, chase, fire it up, don't be late, get some, set it, stop as we rock.
I bought the top. Let's fucking go. I initiated my CS GME shares over 3 weeks ago. Just got confirmed today they are no longer in CS. Vanguard is saying they still haven't received them. Is this weird or normal? It's normal, but it's also weird. What if all along CS was the one that didn't have the real shares? Fuck. Like, everyone's been DRSing like crazy, but the brokers never gave them shares. Shush, my port might go green today. CS just pocketed the cash based on their second half earnings. Maybe. Yeah, just call Vanguard. They'll fix it. You were watching the tips touch on a second monitor. Why can't I get on the phone? It's not age appropriate. Jack the Poor's tits with the Rev FTD chart. I sent you a fresh one. Like this, Carl? The Fubo calls her a bearish bet. This is the OPEX position I set up so far. Imagine shorting Revlon. Imagine going long Revlon. RC did a deal with BBBY, no SODL. But no, he sold. He sold hard. Everything. Rev declares bankruptcy. Pickle jar, you son of a bitch. I'm in. Not totally inaccurate, Carl. Jimmy is doing a thing. I still have my $5 leaps. Hi, Bilbo. Nice, Bastion. Imagine if everybody bought calls at the same time as me. Look how much you'd be up. Like, I want to sell these already, and it's not even next week. I sold all of my BBBY shares, yeah. Like, the second he announced it, I sold them in after hours. And then the rest of the ones that were locked up in cover calls, I sold this morning. Any breaking news on GMA? OPEX. What was your cost basis for your Bobby shares? $12.24. If it was like $5 or something, I would have held them, but because my cost basis was above 10, no fucking way. You guys need to learn how to take profit. Seriously. Thoughts on rolling CSP from 15 downwards and seeing if there's anything interesting for next week. For Bobby, you could, yeah. I mean, keeps you from having to buy it at 15. Are you gonna take profit on those GME calls, or are we getting rug pulled again on Tuesday? Well, the next trading day isn't Tuesday, so no. Well, I just sold my GME OPEX position. That was fun. Congratulations. My hair is long right now. See? Predictions, if there's an OPEX, 10 to 15%. Not a lot. I don't think there's enough interest. Do you still have your SPY puts? I sold a bunch of them today. I'm up on the position. I rolled the rest of it out. I should sell some of it though. 2 plus 2 is going to be positive. Tough. No, I'll wait for Monday morning. Are you trading Rev Jan 23s on these spikes? I have. I'm not trading these now, though. But I've traded a few of them on the spikes. Yeah, these are both GameStop. WeBull doing a little thing into close, too. Exciting. Look at that fucking Cenis rip. Is that just Cenis? Why not? You don't see the Jan 35s dropping in price after OPEX? Well, no, I do, but I kind of want to hold on to the lower cost basis ones. What statement's bullshit? We're holding Jimmy to sell CCs. Plan was to do the same on Bobby until last night. Yeah, the future of Bobby as a company looks a lot less promising with no involvement from Cohen, right? Like, we sell CCs on GameStop because the future of the company is positive. We want to hold it, right? The future of BBBY now, much more uncertain. Cohen's, no, he's not involved. He left. He's sold. He's the opposite of involved. Like, I own shares of Google and Amazon to sell CCs on because they're not fucking going anywhere. Sure, if he gets involved again, I'll buy the shares back. I don't give a shit. As long as I buy them under $17, I don't care, right? In the meantime, fuck no. I'm going to eat a $5 loss for no reason per share. I had 10,000 shares that I sold last night. So just throw away 50 grand to see what'll happen. No, I don't think so. You want to get banned, Polar Bear? Bobby closing over $10 is good, right? Yeah. A lot of support at $10. I ended up selling Jan 22 CCs on Bobby. Premium, cover my cost basis. Figured I either get assigned or the shares were free. Already made a lot on previous covered calls. Alright. I mean, if your cost basis is covered, then why do you care? Richard Brandon buys BBBY, our new activist investor. Wait, what? When? Who? Branson? You mean you won't just wing it? No. How can someone like you be able to sell in after hours? You just use a limit sell and you hit sell, and then it sells. I sold 1,000 shares in after hours yesterday. Yeah, see, it's... Why do people think trading after hours is impossible? I have no idea. There's like entire like trading strategies dedicated to trading like micro caps and after hours and pre-market. Yeah, I know in EU you can't do it. But they should still understand that most retail is capable of trading in after hours. Yeah, IBKR will let you if you're in the EU. I got out of my Bobby shares because I don't want to watch my capital get nuked. Yeah, exactly. Now I have 50,000 more dollars if I want to buy back in. And the price of the stock is cheaper, right? It's just common fucking sense. The diamond hand your fucking shares to keep for your grandchildren, that shit's stupid. It's like, nah, I'm gonna what do you even benefit from that? Like, if you know the price of the stock is gonna drop, which it obviously was, right? Why not just take profits and then buy back in? You'll have even more. Like, if you're so fucking confident in BBBY, you could have sold and then bought back in today, and you'd have even more shares. On how to play CCs? I mean, they're not really that complicated. What's your take on margin accounts? I don't like using margin unless I have to. So I'll only use it if I'm gonna use a position which requires it. Because my 5 shares will make or break the price action. Duh. Yeah, right. No, it's not a wheel strategy. It's just buy low, sell high. We went over this already with like people in their fucking GameStop shares. If you had like 10 GameStop shares in February of last year and you sold within 20% of the top of every OPEX run, you'd have like 1,000 shares now. 4,000 after the split. Which would equate to like, is that 40 covered calls a week at $1 a call? That'd be $4,000 a week that you could then use to buy more shares. Ding ding, the day is done. Well, that was interesting. Nice sexy runs on Revlon and GME into the end of the day. BBBY a little bit too. I mean, came back up above VWAP, closed at 1150, 11. Peaked at 1150. Sorry, didn't see that there. So a little bit of covering going into close on some of these, which is interesting going into next week. Probably just a lot of put closing, honestly. Especially with how much they all dropped moving into today. The SPY dumped pretty hard, down 134 basis points. This may actually continue into Monday morning a little bit. So I expect we may see a little bit of downside here into Monday, but it's already coming close. I think it's only got like 70 more basis points down before it hits like that like 418 conservative target. And then we could see a small bounce next week. Thank you guys all for hanging out in here. Sorry I'm a little sick and out of it, but I tried to keep it together. I know it was a rough day for a lot of you. And I hope most of you, it seems like, repositioned or got out with minimal losses. I don't hear too many tales of sadness. So good job if you did. And if you're still interested in Bobby, you know, make sure that this $10 floor is stable, and then you can start to reposition at a better cost basis. Thank you all so much, and I will see you Monday. Members only stream. Honestly, if I'm not too sick, because this doesn't feel like it's getting better. But if I'm not too sick, yeah, I'll do it usual time. I'll let everyone know on the Discord though. Anyway, yeah, I'll see you guys. I'll see you guys either Sunday or Monday. Thank you all so much. Have a great weekend.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
My mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what? Look, Dad, it's not
Where
right.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle themed fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Crean, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate!
Hydrate!
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulond.